Good morning. Today is 7th of June 2025, and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Flemington. This is in Victoria, and this track is probably one of the top 3 tracks in the world. And we've got about 9 races today here. The ground rating is soft. The shape of the track is of its own. It's a very exceptional shape of this track that we have. It's going to be anti-clock, and the last finishing mile from the last finishing mile of this track, from the last bend to the finishing post, is about 450 meters. Now, the trickiest part of this track is the races that are between 1000 meters to 1200 meters. This is going to be on straight. Now, this basically is the challenge of this track. Rest everything more or less falls into the same, falls into place. But this distance, which is 1000 meter, 1200 meter, 1100 meter, these distances are very tricky here because there are no bends. They're going to be running straight. And there is a pattern to this, but it's not always true. The pattern is not always true. So this is the best. I mean, this hands down is one of the best tracks, but let's understand what are we up against. These people are the best in the world when it comes to handicapping, horse racing. They have the best of the best technologies. They have the best understanding of their track. They know the track like the back of their palm, and they use it to their full advantage. Their job is to stop us from getting the right bets. Our job is to beat their system and get the right bets. So we are up against a very strong team, and they're professional, they're shrewd, they know their job, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. That's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. The third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers. That's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed.
1 and 8, race 6, 13 and 1, race 7,
that is 6, and race Eagle 8, Farm showing at this point of time.
Market up and running.
We'll take the odds of first race.
Molly Fitzgerald at 6.50 and Andrew Gibbons
5726.
He's only about 25 minutes away. Looking forward to, in brilliant sunshine, to bringing you the 8-race program here from Newcastle with the rail out 8 on a heavy 8 at this stage. We'll see back here when runners are in the yard prior to the first.
They're showing Randwick now.
It's a long way back.
And you've been beaten in those. How do you recover? So your fetal position, you're probably on the floor right now. How do you claw yourself up off the floor and prepare for race two?
Good question.
Right. Well, the good news is the majority of our viewers would have been on Hidden Motive, I imagine. So it feels as though there's been a little bit of luck already. Engine Room is our $4.60 favourite here, but as we start off the yard, we'll do so with your on topper in Jumeirah Beach. Braith Knock went agonisingly close the race prior with Jason Deemer here.
Yeah, well, hopefully he can go one better here because I think he's on a good hope. So what I want to just suggest is that the market's been a little bit too quick to dismiss his chances. Now, I know he draws wide, but he had excuses in Midway Company 3 weeks ago, and he was a $4 favourite on that occasion. He was shuffled back in a slowly run race through that Midway. We've seen a lot of subsequent form come through it. Waterfall Painting, Northern Eyes, High Point Harry, and Let's Fly. So he's in really good form. Wet or dry, it doesn't seem to matter. Although we give away a head start, it might just give him the chance to balance up and blend into the race at the right time.
He's obviously had a lot of racing this time around, but he still looks really, really well. He's a horse. He's very, very casual. He doesn't burn any extra nervous energy. Just goes about his business. But again, he just looks super considering how much racing he's had.
The Tours Parades for Richard and Will Friedman. National Wheeler on board.
He put up slow to recover after failing to attack the line there at Doomben last start. He drifted a long way back from the gate. Came with a rush to win at Eagle Farm prior to that. We know he's no stranger to running well in Midway Company. Originally had him pegged as more of a dry tracker, but he looks to handle wet tracks okay, given what we've seen from him of late.
He's another one. He's had a good bit of racing this time round. I was actually about to say that he looked a little bit lacklustre, but as he done his second lap there, he seems to have pepped up a little bit and seems to be up on the toe. Nice and bright still. Looks well.
What do we make of Engine Room, guys? Bryce A, Zach Lloyd.
He is a big market watch. So at the moment, he's just a little bit easy, so keep a very close eye on that. We know he's got as much raw talent, if not more, than any of his rivals here. You just have to take him on trust, don't you? Because he was disappointing at Gosford. He wanted to hang. He was forced back to the trials thereafter, where he was given an easy time. So the fact that Bryce elects to kick on after that suggests that he's bounced off that through well. He just needs to do a few things right. But as I say, we know he's got the talent.
He looks a lot brighter in the yard here today, Brad, than what he did there at Gosford. He looks like he's really trained on well. He's actually, his coat's really come on since Gosford. Yeah, a big tick for me today.
Ash Morgan and Nathan Doyle team up with Hellfire Express.
He kept finding the line there in Midway Company. That was 2 weeks ago, beaten 2.5 lengths by Flying Embers. He'll punch up to hold a spot from the low draw, creeping out to 1,500 metres, suits to suit. And after a few scratchings, a bit of speed has come out of this race, so that might make him a place chance.
He looks really well in the yard here today. He has got a brush and boot on. Yeah, that's got to come off. I could not fault him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks really, really well. He's getting a little bit nervous, but yeah, no real knock.
Dr. Evil for John Steinmetz is back at the races. Tom Sherry, a wide draw to contend with here.
Yeah, he tends to get back anyway, so maybe that doesn't change too much. We know he's a great wet tracker, so settle out the back. He's got a good Randwick record. And when he's right, he can finish up hard. So he needs a lot to go right, given his racing pattern where he has drawn, but he's always a knockout hope in this grade.
He's a really nice, neat type of horse. Holds good condition. Another one that's deep into the preparation, but still looks really well.
10 Convergent, earmuffs pre-race only for the first time. Adam Hieronymus, Jim and Greg Lee.
He lacks the race experience of a few of his rivals here, but what he has is upside. So went around double-figure odds on debut on the Kenzo, finished powerfully to win. There wasn't really much speed in that race, so the margin was a little bit flattering to his rival. So I don't think he beat much, but you can only beat what's in front of you. 6 weeks between runs, and has had a tick over trial since.
Obviously a really lightly raced horse. Still learning, not quite there yet, but having a little bit of a look around, but I couldn't find a negative for the horse. He looks well.
Mark Connors presents the 11 Danish Prince.
He's such a warhorse for Mark, isn't he? Just what you see is what you get. 1,500 metres, just about his sweet spot. He settled outside the lead at Randwick, second up
That was behind Flying Embers. The winner proved a touch too good over the concluding stages, but he was only second up. He improved again, third up. He's very genuine and makes his own luck.
He's just tough, isn't he? He always looks the same. He improved on his first run or two, but he's always a horse that looks well. Slightly getting the wintry look about him, but no negative.
13 Magic On, J4, Tracy Bartley, barrier 5.
He ran well last start in the context of being 5 weeks between runs and coming back from 1,800 metres to 1,400 metres. That was on a heavy track at Hawkesbury. We know he runs out a strong mile, and the wet track makes him some kind of knockout player.
He looked really good in the out. I thought his coat's nice and healthy, and he walked out very smoothly.
The 14 is our Uptown Girl, guys. Will Stanley claims 3 for John Thompson.
She resumes today, but it was only a 9-week break, so she will have some residual fitness. Failed at Wyong last start, went in the market. The vets found nothing, but too bad to be true. So a little freshen. I've been racing quite well prior. Maybe some query here on a wet track.
Lightly framed top and there. It won't take her long to come to hand. I know she hasn't had long off. She's supporting that wintry look, but yeah, I couldn't really find a negative for her.
Con Caracatana says Allegro miss.
She's a well-credentialed wet tracker, got back at Randwick last start, worked home okay behind Flying Embers in Midway Company. Again, gets in nice and light, but does need to find a few lengths.
She looked okay. She was nice and bright, very upbeat. Another one I couldn't really knock.
And Callissimon, guys, for Kerry Parker, Reece Jones on board.
Yeah, she's racing well, just failing to put a race away at the moment. So she's been good in 2 runs back. She looks to be building towards another victory in 1,500 metres now. Looks perfect third up.
Really good style of mare. She paraded really well. Her coat was really nice and healthy. Another one that walked out really smoothly.
Okay, Bryce says as engine room. Lots of questions, I guess, off the back of that last start hanging out, and that was pretty much engine room's undoing. But we have an opportunity to bounce back today. So will it happen, do you think?
It's all we can do, but done our best to have him in the sort of condition and form that he was working in prior to the last 3 starts. That he was a horse that could be competitive. We put him down, so it's always in the back of your mind. You just want to see things go right in terms of, we all want to win, but we just sort of want to see him race competitively today. But look, he's parading like he will.
So, all right, so that's a quick chat to Bryce Hayes there. He's got King Witzel in a little bit later as well, who's had a year or so off the scenes. We do need a pick at the yard from Corey Brown. We'll get to you first, Brad, for your late mail.
Yeah, I'm with number 1 here, 1, 2, 11 and 4. So Jamira Beach is a double figure odds. A few scratchings help his cause to some extent in terms of where he'll get to in the run. He's still giving away a head start, but on the evidence of that first race, you look to be able to make ground from the back, as we saw with Kajenga. 2, Piraeus runs well, always does at this level. 11, Danish Prince tried forward, makes his own luck. Wet track holds no fears for him, and he should be peaking just about third up now. And 4, Engine Room, I didn't really know what to do with him, but there has been some late support, which is encouraging. So 1, 2, 11, 4.
Yeah, the late support's come for Engine Room. Got to as much as $5. Was a bit soft there at one point, but 5 into 460 in the last 2 or 3 minutes and hold 25% of all bets. At longer odds, Callistimon as much as $15 earlier on in the week, but even $7 when we did our preview, now $5.50, and Danish Prince, similar fluctuations, 8 into $6 today. So those 2 horses certainly had good support. Piraeus solid at 6, Convergent bottomed out at about $7.50, back to $9.50, and at longer odds, Dr. Evil, he loves it wet. He was as much as $51 earlier on in the week. He's now $21, old Dr. Evil, but Engine Room will run your favourite.
Give us a name, Corey. Who caught you right, mate?
Yeah, I'm with Engine Room. I think the soft draw, he gets smothered away just in behind the speed. He looked terrific in the out today.
Here's Darren.
I'll probably be the $81 outsider. There's the light now, ready for race 2.
Jerry, welcome back. 276. Well,
So did Hellfire Express, who was terrific.
Randwick.
And Hellfire Express is going to lead clearly from Danish Prince. Magic on away, well going to third. And our Uptown Girl, recovering after the sluggish start, railing into 4th. Clear from the favourite Engine Room. He's got plenty of room in front and behind as they settle down. Convergence back on the fence in the early stages. Piraeus scored out deep. Wedge between runners is Allegro Miss. A length and a half to Jamara Beach. Parked on the outside of Callistimon, and Dr. Evil is the last one. There's at least a dozen lengths covering the field. Looks like Hellfire Express wants a feed here. It's almost eating the grass. Hellfire Express. Now Ash Morgan's got it to lift the head a little bit. Leads by 2 lengths on Danish Prince. About 3 further back to our Uptown Girl at the inside of Magic on her. about 2.5 to the favourite Engine Room. Now, White Out Allegro Miss starting a run, Convergent back on the fence, Callistamon being really hard ridden, and a gap back to Jamara Beach Piraeus. Dr. Evil is last of all. Hellfire Express turns in front of Danish Prince, has been stalking. Hellfire Express the inside. Danish Prince is under a vigorous ride the outside. Then our Uptown Girl, Convergent the fence. Engine Room is only making modest headway. Allegro Miss the outside. Hellfire Express 2 lengths clear. Now a length on Danish Prince, Engine Room and Convergent the inside. Hellfire Express kept going though. Hellfire Express is going to lead all the way from Convergent, and Callistamon jumped out of the ground to grab third in front of Danish Prince, Engine Room. Then our Uptown Girl, Piraeus making ground towards the inside. Magicon was charging through the middle very late on. Then Dr. Evil, Jamara Beach didn't fire his shot today and finished near last.
Oh, the 5, Hellfire Express. Remarkably low head carriage there in the early stages of the race. You could see was considering bending down for a meal. Didn't seem to be spending any.
Right, this is the first one at Flemington today. And if we look through the odds, it's 5726. When we look through the rails, it's 752. We get it here. And 6 is down here. 6 is the largest drift. So that's there. The 5 is the EW, which is the favorite here. That's one of the spell horses with one of the best jockeys and a lot of advantage going on. But the problem with this horse is this is not a long distance horse. This one has been on shorter distances. Though it has a lot of advantage and one of the best jockeys are there, that's a risk, but that's what horse racing is all about. So they have a lot of arrangement going on with the 5. That's the favorite, but it is an EW and it's going to run 2,500 meters. So that's what that horse is. 7 is the linear and 2 is the second linear. Now if we look at 7, so this jockey may not be the right fit, but this is a sprint. This is a long distance race, and if we look at the jockey pressure on this, that's okay. It's not bad. So that's what the thing is, and this is the second. There's a lot of management going on. This team is a little more reliable than this one, the 2. But here is the thing. So if we look through the DICR, all right, so we get the 7 on top, which is carrying 5 kgs less, 5 kilograms less than what is required. So that's advantage, but that also brings in pressure, right? That also brings in pressure. This is the second one in line, which is with a very good team, and the pressure drops here. So the drift is basically a gift from Flemington. This is something that we, after racing rigorously at Flemington, we actually got the drifts. This is something that we got from Flemington. So drift always coming at Flemington. So this will be there in some form or something. Second, third, probably second. But this one is like that. So if we have to believe what the DICR is and how this thing is, then anyways, up till 2000 meters, it is always the linears, and this linear is not strong enough because of the relaxations that is being given. It's at 44%. It's a 44%, which is okay to work with. The 5 is an EW, which is the favorite. And 2 is the other one. So generally, this is where we learned it, that why both of the linears do not get in together. Why both the linears do not get in together. Why it is not always, the first linear and the second linear becomes a queen is or a forecast is because of this guy. This is where we had our masterclass of this. So this is where we started believing the drifts. This happened sometime last year. So this is getting in. Now how? This could be a 762 or 7 or a 267, something on those lines. But 2 and 7 will not. Generally, at Flemington, it doesn't happen. The drift will get in. The drift will get in. Generally, the inner drift and the outer drift, they both get in, and at times the second linear is not there even in the place. So that's the second linear. So it is either 2.6 or 7.6, something on those lines. With this one, it's got group 1 races, 2 of the group 1 races. It is very good. This horse is very good, and the pressure is less than this one. The pressure is less than this one. So chances are 2. Chances are 2. They also have a little management going on, but this is the second best jockey. This is the best jockey with all that advantage. This is the second best. I'm not saying that 5 is not going to get there. Flemington is very good with odds, so 5 will definitely get there, but I think probably it is 2. We'll go with 2. I'm going to play all the bets here at Flemington today. We need to get this thing straight. And 6 is here. So it is either 2.6 or 7.6. Now, the only problem here is this jock. With a linear, that jock is not great. And this jock, who is the best, has never won a race here at Flemington. is probably one of the best jockeys, but he has never won a race here at Flemington. 2 is good. This one is very good. And so probably we are looking at 2. Jerry, thank you for doing that, Jerry. Do we have the feed? Not yet.
Race gallopers, he clearly brings the superior profile. 2 is Highland AG, first up at Terry Wicks and Grant Buckling.
Yeah, another runner with a new stable here, no official trial. So Highland 8 Tree, I think will just be more suited over ground. It does need to improve on its form in the past.
3 is Quick Step by Tommy Wong and Keegan Latham.
Thought was solid enough there, 2 back. Did lead at a slow tempo there at Hawkesbury over the 1100 metres, and it did battle on well to only be beaten the 2.5 lengths. Went to Bathurst, was well back there, but just ran into another one better. So up on top of the speed, might get first use of the track here.
Down to Tanini, number 4, Gary Nixon, Jess Taylor.
Just been well beaten in this preparation gap, especially 2 back there behind Ingaloo Reef. I thought had every chance with SP $201, and then just couldn't get into it at Gosford, so needs to improve.
101, Shot Castaway Coral, Jason Quill, Heavy Vanderhoven.
Yeah, another one that just needs to improve, Gav. 2 back there at Wyong at $61 and just couldn't get into it. Then $201 last start, and it was beaten 9 lengths.
Initiate first up, it's the 6 for Bradley up at Christian Reeve.
I thought it was brave there before going out for a spell at Carra's second career start, where it was 3 wide out on the limb at genuine speed.
But I think I like 5 better.
And battled on Bradley enough there.
5 is good. 5 is not bad. But the problem remains that
it does look 950 now out to 11.
He's the one you got on top, Cosmic Eagle, Gerald
the
Rose,
5
Alexio Miguel.
She's the first of the debutants and a really nice type who has improved sharply between trials. She's shown gate speed, natural pace, and although she is slightly green in her action, she went to the line full of energy and not extended in that latest trial. But the part
we'll see. I mean, what they have to say about the 5, Chris. Jerry, what they have to say about the 5, because the 5 definitely has advantage. It's one of the best spell horses, and that is one of the biggest advantage on 5. All right, it is one of the spell horses, and that is one of the biggest advantage on that. And the other advantage is here on 1, which is again another EW. So it's a benchmark 84. This thing I would it's either they have to talk about it, and they have to say what is going on with 5, because it looks like maybe 5 the first thing is 5 is not a long distance horse. That's the first thing. You know, it's not a long distance horse. It has been given advantage, but it is not a long distance horse. 7 is. Even 2 has the last race was where it came in 4th was at Caulfield, was a 2000 meter. So 2 is there with some advantage here. It has been dropped. The pressure has been dropped here. This one, the pressure has been increased, but the jockey is a little weird. On a linear, that jockey is not right. This is something is a mismatch. The 5, they have one of the best jocks that's there, but this jockey has not won any races here. And when I look at what that jockey is, it is an apprentice. This jockey is an apprentice. So the best jockey that I'm saying is basically given a lot of advantage through the handicapping. So it is not actually the best jock. It has been given advantage through handicapping. That's what has happened, because when I'm looking at the data on RaceNet, it says his name, the jockey's name is L. Cartwright, and he's an apprentice. So that's what this gentleman is, wherein the jockey on 2 is a stable one, is good. He's also got a claim. This jockey has, also got a claim, but that's more or less what we're getting. Two is also apprentice. There's a 2 kilo claim on this, which we're getting 1 here and 1.5 here. So that's right. And this is 5. So 1 here, 1 here. So that is 2. Where is the other? So that must be with the jock. So the jockey has dropped 1 kilo of weight. That is where it is. We are getting this here. 500 grams here and there could
Not
be
only one turn out
possibility.
of the coming off there, but I thought it was very, very brave there out of the back chute to be 4 or 5 wide and still wanted to find the line on your first debut performance. But first landing had good metropolitan form, provincial form.
Or we need PC to explain this. Where is PC? I don't know,
By a
but
long neck with the half
I
length
think-
between second and third in the time of
I mean, I trust PC more than what these guys they speak, because PC has an acumen of this.
about to join us with first landing. That's a good start, Sinshani. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's pretty easy when they come from good stables like that, you know, like you saw
All right, we are on.
Audio P8 out for a short race card. And the rank outside the island is $14. That tells you a little bit about how tight this race is. And I think why the best batsman marked first turn up, which was Golden Crusade, saw them approaching a couple step up on one stage on the stage. Doesn't wait for a long time. Is the batsman the no other natural leader of the race. Now I'm sure the drop will be aware someone will roll forward, roll soul probably. Sit second or try to put the pressure on the leg or one of that so we're under a minute now. The running of the first on the 13th which Furlong days. That's the bugbear of yours.
I go on about that every single week, but tempo is interesting. There's a lot of junior riders in this race too, a lot of apprentices in a staying race. So sometimes that could mean that there could be no tempo, sometimes they might overdo it.
The starter about to bring these runners up just to feel was the about point. It's something worth keeping in mind. Start warrior. Talk about a lot of horses that get under the division of the for a race that are really well suited, but starter reads out the roster. Runners very good there. Number kind of first of Saturday is so that can be interesting race. Golden Crusade comes up to the inside. Golden State Warriors going to run.
We missed out the entire paddock of the first one, but
Thank you very much, Ben. Turning out to be a nice day. You should expect Australian racing. They're all from all over the world, these horses. The nearest, of course, coming from New Zealand, Samuel Langhorne. United Nations, if he's to do something, handles the wet. He's still got a bit of a tummy on him, but I think he must just look like that normally. Give this a shake. Anyway, we're nearly set. It's fined up to be quite a pleasant day. Headquarters, Mutagil about to move in. To Mill, I should say, to move up. He's way down in the weights and up in grade. Book to Mill. Golden State Warrior moves up. Just 7 to do battle.
5, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 exacta.
Brendan Fresh, the two greats of racing in Victoria. All set. Gates spring back, they're off. Mystery Island, Samuel Langhorne only moderately away, and on the inside, Golden Crusader won the break. Bowl Soul began well in United Nations inside of him, dropping in to get on the leader's back. Golden State further back in the field, running up into 4th position as
We shouldn't.
the Striders Golden State Warrior. He's going to get a nice
We
try in the early
shouldn't.
stages from Samuel Langhorne. Then came Book
But
Mill,
Jerry,
2 lengths away at the tail
you're
of
up
Mystery
against
Island. So Golden Crusade
the-
drops the head. It's a pretty
the
moderate
best
tempo. He leads the way
in the
by 1
world,
length
probably.
on
These people, they know their job.
Bowl Soul. I left the way United Nations, then Golden State Warrior Samuel Langhorne. Booked a Mill and 2 lengths away Mystery Island as they run up the side by the Maribyrnong River. And the leader really gets that head down low to the ground for Logan Bates, Golden Crusader. He's out by 2 lengths.
and they're going along at a hacking speed, 13.56 and now 12.95, the 2000 to the 1800. Bowl Soul second, United Nations, the leaders back from Golden State Cruiser on the outside, I should say, Golden State Warrior. A length away then, Samuel Langhorne, back second last Book to Mill, 2 lengths away Mystery Island. So they're racing.
That's the game, Jerry. That's the game.
Just cruising along Golden Crusader, 2 lengths in front of Samuel Langhorne. Or should I say,
there's nothing against the horses. The horses are innocent. They're uncomplicated animals. The complication is the people.
They were followed by Samuel Langhorne, Book to Mill, and 2 lengths away.
Complication is the people.
Off the back, Bowl Soul leads the way down the side. He's cruising along. There's been no real pressure, pretty much even sections there. Leads the way by a long neck on Bowl Soul, sitting up second, cutting the breeze. United Nations the fence. Golden State Warrior fourth. 2 lengths Samuel Langhorne. Book to Mill yet to peel. Mystery Island is 2 lengths away last at about the 700 metres mark. Still the leader bowling along in front is Golden Crusader. He's had little or no pressure. Bowl Soul running second, a length away United Nations coming off the bit. Then Golden State Warrior, Book to Mill about to peel around Samuel Langhorne. Mystery Island last as heads turned for home. In the stretch, Golden Crusader the leader. Bowl Soul looming up on the outside. United Nations under pressure behind those, checking off heels. And then
Run,
came on
baby.
the outside, Golden State Warrior starting to run on and Book to Mill with a run. Bowl Soul at the 200 metres mark on the outside, moved up and he's hit the lead. Here comes Book to Mill, a big danger. Book to Mill going out after Bowl Soul. In between them, Golden State Warrior, Book to Mill, Bowl Soul, Book to Mill. In front, just got the money, I think.
6.
Book to Mill in a photo from on the inside, Bowl Soul and Golden State Warrior, and then Samuel Langhorne, Mystery Island well back.
6, I think.
And in front of him was Golden Crusader.
6 and... No, 7.
The first. Side bench, she couldn't look at too well. Later on the start, we'll go home. Book winning a photo.
7.
Got the outside, his head's turned for home. Good performance in the day's proved very good. Bowl Soul sat outside the speed, gave a big kick. Up the one to kid in there. And Golden State Warrior in between those finishing third. Thrown at the 8 today, just proved it down at 2 with minimum. Last time he's done.
What is it? Is it 5 or 7?
From Trent
7. 7. 7. 7. 7.
Thanks, Nigel. There are a round of the gates here for the opener. Let's have a look at them from the yard. John, 1 Aramoso.
He went up quite short in early markets, but this is start number 21 and he's still a maiden. He's quite an honest horse. His ratings are quite consistent leading into this. If I had another knock on him, I reckon 12.50 might just find him out also.
2 on the lags of first starter for Bill Peake.
He's not a bad type. He's by a sire Adelaide, and most of those horses by that stand in are wet trackers, so he gets conditions to suit here. He had a couple of recent jump outs, one on his home track at Strathalbyn recently down the back straight.
$67 with Sportsbet. The 3 is Gingerbread Boy.
Improved run last start, and that was on a genuine wet track at Gawler a week and a half ago behind Mr. Hockey. We probably need to go slightly better than that, but at least he's going the right way now.
$9 for the 4, all too true. $9.50 right now.
He's been a noted drifter, all too true. He does bring hard fit race form in. He's run over 1350 to 1400 in his last 2.
Come on.
Luke to win last start down Gambia, maybe just covered too much ground in the run.
Bar loading, Fine Charming Dexter.
Going a bit over a month between runs. His first up run was really good, but his second up runs was plain. By Abby Dexter, they love the way.
Since UB40.
Hasn't done enough for me going into this a month and a half between runs.
7 Mystic Wonder, career best run last start.
Looks the only leader.
7, the linear, actually. With the DIC, it was good.
Nadine's number 8, having its second start.
Nadine's got beaten 7 lengths first up on a heavy track at Gawler, but that form out of that race wasn't too bad. She's going to go around at monstrous odds.
You're keen on 9 sectors, John. Punters are with it. It's into $1.90 now with Sportsbet.
Took punters 2 or 3 days to realise the sectors should have been around about even money, but they've worked that out this morning. Now she's coming out of the right form race. It's clearly harder race than
7 to 5 6.
Well, Now, to claim your credits on all three career starts, SA's leading rider, Lopsy North goes on, just has to overcome the mat from the wide gate.
And 10 Straz. And
7256. So what happened is that worked. 7, then 2, then 5, then 6. Alright, we'll go to the next. Luckily, I placed it as EW, man. 3 has been scratched. 2745. I generally don't place any bets on the first one, but it's Flemington. That's why I went with an EW. 746.
At the moment, then came Straz UB40. Mystic Wonder in the wide cap midfield, then Gingerbread Boy, who stepped well but is out of the speed now. All too true. Then came Elna Lad and Charming Dexter, whips them in 8 off the top. Favourite now worked to the lead on the outside at the 800 metre mark sectors. Has its bib just in front of Nadaj. Then came Aramoso, who's racing on one rein. Underneath it was Straz UB40, Mystic Wonder, all too true. Then came Gingerbread Boy, Charming Dexter. Elna Lad whips them in. There's been no speed in this. 4 lengths would span the entire field. It's a jog. Up towards the 500 metre mark. Sectors on the outside here of Nadaj, who looks to be travelling okay still. Behind them, Aramoso presses out 3 deep, then all too true. UB40's trying to work into it. Straz stays low. Mystic Wonders run up behind them with nowhere to go. The favourites in trouble, Sectors. Aramosa on the outside. Mystic Wonder went past the favourite. Mystic Wonder sprinted quickly, burst away, put up about 2 on Aramoso. Then came Nadaj. Sectors playing back in 4th. And Mystic Wonder, hands and heels, is going to romp in. Mystic Wonder by about 4 lengths in the end. Aramosa 2nd. 3rd, I'm not sure. Charming Dexter took a late dive at Nadaj, then UB40. Sectors was shot a long way out. Then came Elna Lad Straz. The next one through the line there was All Too True, and Gingerbread Boy was last in.
Big win here, Mystic Wonder, number 7, Taylor Johnston, riding for Gordon Richardson, Damien Moyle, 1 Aramosa, 2nd and 3rd, racing between the fast finishing 5 Charming Dexter and the early leader, number 8, Mr.
Super impressive, Mystic Wonder. She showed a great bit of acceleration there over the last 200 metres. Possibly could have won that further as Taylor Johnson just had to wait for a run at the top of the straight. The favourite, very disappointing Sectors, got outside the lead and did minimal work to get there. They weren't going hard. She's faded badly to run around 6.
They're getting set for the opening event, Terry, the Alderma Hotel 2-year-olds. 2 Warrnambool gallopers head the betting here. Torrentino is out to 280. Wings Gift has been back with the 360. Head the betting for this 2-year-old. Sun doing its best to poke through here. Start of the day 4 again, and got 8 events to play on here. Day 2 is Cup and tomorrow. Supper for you. Complete the line. Luigi Smith won the runner. He won the feature race yesterday. The Golden Topaz. The Yellow Sam back into favourites isn't to do so. Greg Kersley aboard. Stablemate is stuck. Still loaded. Might be having trouble with one. Get a bit of it. 280 Tarantino, 350 6 for Red Velvet, 6 for Wicked Storm, Scar Taker. Here on one floor near the outside. Well, Scar Back, Sacramento goes up in the line. The light flicks for the first here at Swan Hill, day number 2. They're ready to go. Racing. Gwenskiff got a nice start. So did the local Litchi Green Tea, who takes it on. Gamadale Possum gets up into third, placing in front of Red Velvet and Wicked Storm. Sucker for You very wide out. Torrentino going through the middle, and Scar Taker is back with its water. Back with the Waterbull. The Waterbull horse back second last. With Sucker for You at the 600 metres. Gwenskiff, Al Litchi Green Tea. Gamadale Possum up to third. Torrentino through the middle. Wicked Storm wider. Red Velvet hunts the fence. Scar Taker trying to come through the middle, and so now Sucker for You. In the straight, Gwenskiff still the front runner. Litchi Green Tea won't go away. Torrentino presents, so does Wicked Storm wider out. Red Velvet's got the fence. Gwenskiff's under siege. Litchi Green Tea went up, and Wicked Storm is after them all. Wicked Storm moved up to Litchi Green Tea. Red Falcon near the fence, but Wicked Storm's in front, and Wicked Storm wins the opener, a length and a half on Litchi Green Tea. Red Falcon third, and Gamadale Possum darting up for fourth in front of Torrentino, who's a little one pace. Next in Gwenskiff, who got the stitch, and it finished back with Scar Taker and Sucker for You.
All right, this is the second one here at Flemington today. Now this is 1100 meters. This is going to be on the straight run. This is tricky. 2745 is the odds. 2 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we get 2 on top. It's a neutral. 7 is the linear. The linear just took out a 2400 meter, 2500 meters. The linears are good, but so this one is basically, they're calling it an open race, but this is maiden. We have a lot of horses with nothing. Now, through the rails, we have these 2 and 7 rightly, which are there with the physics. The other one which we have within the rails is 1. And this is the EW with one of the best hands, with one of the largest advantage within the spell horses. So here, this came in third, right? That was the EW which was placed here. It came in third, and if we look through the DICR, we had this on the 7, which was the largest, and that got through. And this was the drift which came in 4th, I think. So if we look through the DICR here, then we get all these horses which is there, out of which this one is also there. Okay. Here it went up to 6. Here it is 1 kilogram. The difference is 1% here, and then a 4 kilogram reduction here with the 8. This one is also there. This is a 289. This is a 294. It's a linear. It is not handicapped. So this is going to run under pressure. This is going to run free and with advantage on 1100 meter. Plus the thing is, plus this thing has been qualified into 2 Group 1, 2 league races, but it did not do anything on those group races. So that's coming from gate number 8. 2, which is the favorite, is it came in first on the same distance, but same distance here will not make sense. Why? Because This is a straight run. Same distance in any other track and same distance here are two different ball game altogether. So that 1 and 8 both are checks. We'll take a look at what they have to say about these two horses. This is the largest advantage. That's one of the largest spell. 7, we know the linear. The linear is linear, all right. They will deliver what they have to deliver. They kind of like that. If this track had a bend at this distance, this would have been the first choice. But this doesn't have a bend, and they're going to run on their own, and we'll see how that thing works. But the linears are linears. That's that. The 2 is the favorite, which is said to be a neutral. Plus, they have some management issues. Which is on the higher lines. This is unacceptable, but they're the favorite. The best jockey is here, but for this distance, you don't need these jockeys. You need these guys. Probably.
Runners about to emerge from the tunnel for race 2 for the 2-year-old to over 1100. Brendan and Gresham handicapping on the Aston. Makes complete sense to have a race named in honour of a man who fought such a courageous battle with illness related to the CRB. Director Brendan Gresham led to the CRB board in 2016 with lifetime in racing and contribution especially to racing and the community in the Bendigo area. He was a committee member of Wrong Racing Club for 16 years, Jeff 7, Bendigo Jockey Club and the committee member for 23 years. chairman for some 8 years. And later on this afternoon, the man to Brendan's left, the late Darren Gully, who's an amazing driving force for marketing of country racing Victoria in our state. The Darren Gully Mile will run later on this afternoon. I'm sure both the Dreschler and Galley family are here on course at Flemington today or tuning in from whatever vantage point. It's only right that on BRC Country Race Day, those two gentlemen who made incredible contributions to our sport and the community are being honoured. Horse one is Flat Boss. Ben, as we touched on, is alongside Victory Tuners. A little bit of a been there, done that. A Packer made him win second up on Anzac Day Eve. It's his only victory so far. He comes off that place to Simmergrove, the hillside.
Yeah, no match for a couple of pretty smart winners in his last two starts. He's hard fit, he's got an edge in racing experience, and he's from an elite 2-year-old stable. So, with that tactical versatility on his side as well, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see him running this race.
He's very consistent, this horse, in the way that he's turned out and the way that he's been performing. He's been able to maintain a good, sort of strong enough campaign at his first real consistent effort. I think he presents here in really good order again. He's lovely and quick. It's a great tone. He's got a good attitude.
Soleil finds herself at the equal top of the weights.
Yeah, look, she cost herself by missing the start on debut, and on the strength of that encouraging performance at Warrable, she was heavily back, had a good run, won in fast time last time out. She's drawn to be strong late here from off the speed, what might be the better part of the ground. Don't think the soft track is any issue for her. She deserves to be favourite.
Yeah, she looks really well again too. She's a little bit of a quirky filly. She was a little bit up and about when I've seen her at her first two starts. And today she's the same without wanting to overdo it. Fitness is fine.
Lope Delado scratching after running fourth on debut at Geelong on Wednesday. For Santana is one of three debutantes in the race. Not in the yardage yet. Five is also not in the yardage yet. So we'll move to 6 victory shooting. As you mentioned, Ben, sits alongside Lap Boss, who's fairly well exposed. Sole placing coming in. Pakenham in the Lap Boss mating from 6 first starts.
Yeah, he has that race experience and race fitness on his side. He's really strong late in each of his last two starts. The hope for him today would be down the straight, a slight headwind that's just kicking up, nowhere near as strong as what was predicted, but if he's closer and still can produce that turn of foot, then he might be able to run over the top of him.
He's been racing really well without winning this fellow, and he presents in very similar order today. His quote's beautiful. He's just having a little bounce there without overdoing it.
7 is Espana, who was placed in this Soleil on debut.
Yeah, she was, and she was the fastest in the race between the 800 to the 200, and only Miss Olay was stronger than her late. So with the benefit of that debut under her belt, if she can come on further, then she looks to make nation the favourite.
Looks very well here with this horse. I think that his saddle's up nice. Big, strong type, has plenty of... sorry, I'm on the wrong horse there. This filly, the capitalist filly Espana, she's very tall, very strong. I do think she's tightened up ever so slightly from that run when we saw her really good on debut at Sandown. The attitude's a little bit better today as well.
8 expulsions back for a second race in preparation. She caught the eye in the lead up to the first fire. Impressive jump out. She tackled both the Blue Diamond Preview and Prelude.
Yeah, Resume's here off only the one jump out. It was a nice piece of work there. The question maybe I have to do with whether she's potentially got some improvement to come. How forward is she off only the one jump out? Showed some ability last preparation.
She's only a fairly lightly framed horse this, so I'd say that's the reason why she's only had the one jump out coming in. She's come to hand pretty quickly and she isn't carrying any excess condition.
9 Mystery and Drama is the first of the 3 debutantes we get to lay eyes on. She was passed in not reaching the reserve of 350,000 at the Easter sale. She's the second foal for the ATC.
Yeah, we're second at the light riding and she got Rex and Pack and jumped out. That was a pretty strong race on debut. I'd like to see pushing the market there. Hasn't been one.
She's handled herself really well in her first start at the races. Good attitude. She looks like she's had plenty of time to mature. Really nice, neat, well-balanced type.
10 Cosmic Shower, Arla expulsion last scene of the preview.
Doing her best work late in said preview, third fastest last first minute of the race. Was a quiet ride in the latest of 3 jump outs, but what she showed in her first preview was surprising to her up well. She's made natural improvement.
I know the team have always had a really good opinion of her, so I would expect her to do better this time round. She presents in very good order. Her coat's beautiful. She has strengthened up a little bit from last prep too.
11 Life After Love has gradually crept herself down the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, she has showed some. She had a couple of runs. Was in the market relatively last time out. Maybe there were some excuses. Might take some improvement out of the run. I thought would need to improve though to measure up in this stronger run.
Looks well here. Tall, scopy type of filly this. She's really big compared to some of the others. There's a couple that I've got ahead of her, but she's been turned out very well.
To the two Molly Kirk colts on debut, we'll do them in reverse order. The 5, Son of Kirk, 65,000. English Great Southern Tail on there. Fifth might make the reserve of 120,000. I think it's Premier Sale. His dam, a half to Group 1 winners Barzil and Headway has produced the reduced choice stakes for the two to let me sleep on it.
Yeah, it was third to Australia in a popular heat trial, underline riding, and subsequently won a bell narrowing jump out. So I was surprised to see this horse run really well on debut from a good stable.
He's been well educated from last preparation, having 2 jump outs and then 2 again this time round. He's a really nice type of horse. He looks far more expensive than his $85,000 price tag.
John McNeil is just a boy waiting for a colt to debut before Santana has finally made its way into the mounting yard. $340,000 purchase. He was Easter sale last year out of the binary stud drafter and a half to Jewel City winner, Indian Jewel.
He's had 2 recent Flemington jump outs. He's been ridden off the speed in both of them. I particularly like his work late both, and he's worked through the line. So he looks to have some good ability. I'm sure why he's got it to the yard so late, maybe, but how does he present?
It's hard for me to make a fair assessment, to be fair, because he has only just come in. So from what I could see of him, he's been extremely well prepared. His fitness is spot on. He does seem to have a cheeky little look on his face. So whether he was playing up out the back, I'm not quite sure why he was so late coming in. But he's been turned out in really nice order, and he's a good type of horse, as you'd expect.
1,100 metres this year. This race at this meeting the last 2 years. They'll get Meadow. 2 years ago, it's the party defeated Dolphin Skin and Cadigo. And Miss Olay looks badged as stakes filly in waiting come the spring bend, and this could be the next step in that direction.
Certainly good. Yeah, I think she deserves to be favourite. I'm not surprised the market's found her. It was a really nice performance on debut, but even better one of her second start. She ran good time. So I think she deserves to be favourite. The Spaniard was good behind her there, so she's potentially got some further improvement to come. Looks a main danger. I thought of the debutant Santana has jumped out really nicely. I feel what he was doing coming to the yard so late, but
Santana's just going down the machine.
so he could be the one
After
to
love to the game, so to his expulsion.
surprised.
Spaniard to the machine, Spaniard to the game, the latter boss, mystery and drama,
Big of the yard.
Missile Lake,
For your path for the rest of the afternoon.
big machine over there at the start,
Yes, that
Cosmic
would be
Shower.
a huge help. I didn't really get to have a good assessment. It's very difficult when they're out more and we're having to horse. But the horse got down on top of
Still
the
arriving
way.
at the
I
machine.
think she looks fantastic. She's taken nice natural improvement out of her run at Sandown recently. She's been trending in the right direction since she started racing. I thought that today is as tight as I've seen her. Fitness is spot on. It's a little bit quirky, but I thought her attitude was pretty good.
Still waiting on
A couple of other horses, Santana, I barely got to see him, but what I did see was a nice horse as he came in, and question mark on his attitude would be the only thing here. Son of Perth looked very, very
Missile
well.
Lake, Son of Hood, the debutante moving around with Cosmic Shower, Victory Tune, Espana, and Mystery and Drama. Missile Lake, heavily back favourite. Ben Allen in the saddle for Clinton McDonald. They'll move in soon. So they get to move up and take up their positions in the gate. Very heavily back Missile Lake. So Missile Lake has been very heavily back to win into $1.85. They're about to move in, Love After Life. The Life After Love at least about to move forward. Santana's at the gate. Spaniard coming out of the same race. It's a $6
McDonald's kind enough to join the pre-race.
Or one
Miss
way
Olay
at the
for the third time in the race. Not that Lyndon Howard.
late for
That
these runners.
third time in
into
the
the
track, but
barrier.
also the time in between
They'll
being
move up shortly.
I think
Tune
so
up close to the gate.
presented by the United States time to drive.
11 leaders.
So not sweating,
Not
not
release.
release. So very good. So we're expecting to see a 40
Missile Lake.
Dales run race known for all these horses, but got plenty of success to be
Tuck around behind the machine.
What's the
So moving up.
Ben Allen
Bounce three's travel. See whether
Victory
it's
tuned in, and here comes Santana to the back of the gate.
That's the
Mystery and Drama being led forward to the Yulon Jack.
All the best. Thank you.
Missile Lay, the
Clinton
heavily back
McDonald and
favourite.
Terry Bailey ahead of the Brendan Dreschler handicap, the 2-year-old over 11.
Smack in the second favourite for the race. It's a big difference, isn't it? $1.90 up against $5.50. I thought Espania ran very well. First time I've seen Missile Lay, she's only a little thing. Nothing stands out about it. Expulsion moves up and fills the machine. They're moving in well. Race number 2 named after a great racing character, passionate racing man, Brendan Dreschler. Now we're waiting on Son of Kirk, who's trolled up well. Santana stands up nicely. Life After Love about to move forward and take up its spot. Missile Lay, the raging favourite, she's drawn out. No real support for anything to beat the favourite. Expulsion stood up, well drawn, alongside of close to where the favourite will go. Missile Lay. As Son of Kirk moves in, a Spaniard to get set, and we're nearly ready to run. Missile Lay, $1.90 on the VOP. A Spaniard moves up. We're just about set. Straight track racing for the second. Missile Lay to come up. He's riderless. Little Chestnut trotted up to the back of the gate and moves in. Ben Allen to jump back aboard, easing out to $1.95. Now Ben just easing himself back into the saddle. Drawn the outside gate. Santana tosses his head in one. All set now. Ready. Racing. Missile Lay jumped okay. Son of Kirk did a right-hand turn without a blinker. It gave her a bit of a bump in the early stages. But Missile Lay wide out on the track is going to go forward with expulsion. Santana, the far side, is going to ease back. A Spaniard up the centre with Cosmic Shower and Latin Boss to the far side. Yulon colours of Mystery and Drama. Missile Lay deep out from Victory Tune. Expulsion, Son of Kirk, is at the tail of the field, sorting their order out, and it's Cosmic Shower the inside of Spaniard with Missile Lay wide out making a line of 3. Life After Love poking up Black Cap, Latin Boss far side, the Yulon colours, Mystery and Drama. Son of Kirk under a bit of pressure, Expulsion behind the favourite. Victory Tune, and then came Santana. Well on the course proper now inside the 400 of Spaniard. Clicked up, leads the way. Missile Lay put under pressure, drawing alongside of it now. But Espania with a kick. Son of Kirk running on. Victory Tune from a long way back. Espania's out full of running. Missile Lay's trying hard. Missile Lay's wearing into the margin. Espania's hanging on. Missile Lay lunging. Espania in front of Missile Lay.
2-7.
Last right. Missile Lay from Espania. Son of Kirk third in a photo finish. Victory Tune is close up with Expulsion, not far away. Mystery and Drama, Latin Boss, Life After Love. Cosmic Shower well back in the field. Son of Kirk pulled up quickly past the line with Victory Tune and Santana.
There was some work in it, but Miss Olay just
Taking
gets there,
every
grabs the
blade
slate
of grass. The final beat the Spanish. She holds it at face. Son of Kirk can pull up fast after the post runs third. Very good.
2-7.
That's just a little thing. She just kept on moving. Look at the bit of strife. She got up to Espania, but Espania gave a big kick. So then she's been able to keep wearing away on the outside. Missile Lay straight to McDonald. Then Allen. Been riding for the first time on this filly by Ole Kirk. What a sign this turning out to be. Two Spanish runs thing up on cap on this. Lloyd Kenny well and nice to go by both two terrific young riders, stride for stride. Some of them would run, want to learn that cut like Team Freeman. Our fourth will go to number 6. Victory Tune Live, 2756 1057 the overall time. The favourite had all stops to get there in the last couple of strides.
Probably wrong time.
So what happened is that 2 was the right odd, then 7 got in there, then it went to 5 here, and then 6 came in. So the odds were right. So go to the next. The 4 and 6 has been scratched. 10, 3, 12, 1.
Yeah.
Yes, I expect their way to be 80. We have every rain. So, no track down road, like the big after 60 Marshall was the favourite, so $2 out to the his main one, just to go up, back up, jump out the beach.
John Taylor Johnston rode the opening winner on the program. She rides one Marshall Music here in race 2. This is a newcomer for Lindsay Park Hayes boys.
Previously with Gavin Bedge, Gavin was able to win a race with this gelding in October at Sale. Quite an impressive winner of a pack, going to jump out leading into this, showed good speed, wasn't knocked around. I've got a massive query about this horse handling the wet, and one thing I will tell you, Terry, this track is heavy. We've had significant rain since race 1. It is heavy and clearly heavy. Marshall Music has been beaten over 10 lengths, 3 of his 4 starts on heavy tracks.
No downgrade yet. Track still rated a soft 6. Marshall Music $3.50 with Sport Bet as favourite. We'll come back to the 2. The 3 is Sazito, John.
Sazito is one that I do like on a wet track. She's got really solid form on significantly rain-affected tracks. Todd Paddle's only ridden to me once for a win. Like the map for Sazito, a nice draw just behind the speed, and there's plenty of speed here.
$13 with Sports Bet. The 4 is the second pick, being our Angel. It's had 6 runs for Tavis Dowdle, been runner-up 4 times.
Goes well around the Parks 1,000. 2 of those runner-up positions were really around the 1,000 metres. Only been on a rain-affected track once. It was a win at Swan Hill in a maiden. Jury had a little bit about whether he'll handle it, but it's a fast horse who likes this track.
$4.20 with Sports Bet. Number 5 is Bristler. Gordon Richards and Damien Moyle looking to land the first 2 races on the program.
Finished just behind both Grand Host and Been Our Angel recently at Murray Bridge. He's probably going to take more fitness benefit from the run. He's been on wet tracks a couple of times and gone okay, so I wouldn't knock him on that on the wet track, and the Zebedee's generally handle it.
How good is that pipe spell that Rock from TRP's punching the teeth?
I wouldn't mind one. I reckon we need something to warm ourselves up, Tess.
What about the 6 Grand Host? It warmed you up last start when I got the money at a big price and you gave it a good push at Murray Bridge.
And I'm certainly not against him again today. He's one of the better wet trackers in the field. He's won a couple of times on heavy tracks. And again, I think the map is okay for him. There's only 9 runners in this. There's enough speed for Grand Host to sit back and come past them in the straight.
$13 into $9 with Sports Bet. The 7 Old Time Rock.
Old Time Rock is a superior heavy tracker, and I think he gets conditions to suit. You've got to come into him off a poor first up run, but that was on a firm track. He's got plenty of form that would put him in the finish of a race like this. I think he's a price. I have marked him about a quarter of his price.
All right, $34. So John's obviously got him marked about $8 or $9. What about the 8 Sun Tzu?
Sun Tzu's another horse that has got limited experience on the wet, but both times he's been on a significant rain affected track, he's gone well. So I wouldn't knock him for that. He's just an on-speed runner who's drawn outside all the other pace.
Your on-top selection is the 9 Hypernova. Are you okay with the track the way it is for this galloper?
Not sure. There's not much evidence of that. He was fair as one run on a wet track. His first up run was good. He made ground. I was really like the back shot up and over. He can sit back off a good tempo. And this race, I was happy enough to play those horses that might be able to get home a bit.
And the 2 Minor Miners on the past 2 starts.
Minor Mine's another one that I'd say is a positive on a heavy track. He's gone well on the wet tracks he's contested. Honest horse. He's weighted up to his best with 59, but he is honest. He'll get through the going.
Okay, they are loading. John, your numbers are 9, 4, 6 and 1, but it sounds like you've got some other thoughts now with this track.
My best result in the race will be Old Time Rock. Other winning results in the race for me will be Hypernova and Grand Significant track the rest of the day. I thought the track was heavy to start with. We've had rain since. The time in race 1 suggests heavy, although they didn't run that strong tempo. Really interesting race. A lot of speed in the race. I'm sure that came from 2 Line Beat Our Angel will be trying to lead. Marshall Musio's a fast horse. Minor Mine, Bristler, and Sun Tzu. For a little field of 9, they'll be going quickly. I think they might be overrun.
So John's 9, 4, 6, 1. Mark Matthews is 1, 4, 2 and 3. Just on race callers, Dave Barrett is going to be calling the next 2 races at Swan Hill. And we'll be heading to Swan Hill on the back of the second at Morphettville. Good push from John for number 7, Old Time Rock. At a good price here.
No track down rate yet, but I'm sure there will be soon. We're on a soft 6 still, but it's bucketing down. Red light on, drifting favourite, Marshall Music. Race 2, Morphettville. Standing by for a start. In very heavy rain, set to go. They're off the racing. And Marshall Music actually stepped pretty well. Going through on the inside there was Bristler down to take it up for Marshall Music. Back in third there on settling down was Bean Our Angel. Then came Old Time Rock, Mine or Mine. Further back in the run was Sun Tzu, the stablemate Grand Host next, Susie Do. And Hypernova whips them in 6 or 7 off the leader. That leader is Bristler, marching them up towards the corner for Marshall Music. Bean Our Angels 3 deep, pushing the breeze. Then Old Time Rock, Grand Host. Mine or Mine beat scrubbed along on the inside. Hypernova's trying to pick up. Sun Tzu's regressing and Susie Do with a lot to do. Homeward bound now, 250 left to run. Bristler still in front, a length clear of Marshall Music. Then Bean Our Angel, Old Time Rock's running on down low. Grand Host is trying to pick up, then Hypernova, but they haven't got the Bristler at the moment at the 100. Grand Host is charging home out wide though. Bristler is laying down late and Grand Host goes on by and Grand Host is with by a length to Bristler. Hypernova got home well for third. Then came Susie Do, Old Time Rock, Sun Tzu, Final Mine, Bean Our Angel and Marshall Music was a massive drifter. Ran accordingly, it was last year.
Grand Host the winner here, number 6 with Jess Sapirus riding for James to 5 Brickway, 9 Hypernova and 7 Old Time Rock, 6, 5, 9 and 7. He's been a good horse for Matt Sayers and the connections. That win number 10, he's won well in excess of $250,000. He's been a good horse for you, John Kelly, for the last couple of runs as well.
It's a super honest horse, Grand Host. Although there's all track conditions, he might not be the horse blessing the most abilities Matt Sayers states. But he's been a great horse for Matt, and his career earnings heading up somewhere near $300,000 now. Getting more forward here and got a beautiful run midfield in transit. And one thing I'd say about Piers Favre is he's actually ridden him 3 times there this preparation, but he's given him 3 good rides. Fantastically honest horse, man.
Yeah, exactly. We just thought he was a motor specialist, but his underwent track and sort of bypassing next.
Shane Barry will call the next 2. That's me. Waiting. It's now coming out fairly small.
This is the third one. We look through the odds, it's 10, 3, 12, and 1. If we look through the rails, then we get 10 on top, which is a linear 226. There's no reason for this horse to lose. It's got the best jockey. This jockey is the same jockey who was riding the number 5 in the first race. He's an apprentice jockey, but it looks like there's a strong handicapping on this jockey. They're favoring this jockey for some reason, and that's where it stands. It's a 1400 meter, so a linear is a linear. There should not be a problem winning this race. The other possibility is definitely one of the largest drift, which is 11 here. From gate number 7, that's the other one. So 11 is a check, and this one, this 7, is a check. This is gate number 6, and this is gate number 7. That's gate number 10. We've got 10, 3, 12, and 1. 3, 1. They're in very good hands. They are in very good hands. They're there. 12 is the third linear. This is the other drift that they have considered. The difference between this one and this one and this one. In good hand, this is low pressure. There's only one horse which is there within the rails, which has got the physics. Rest, everything is a gamble. I mean, it's a gamble anyway. But so if we look at the jockey pressure, that is 10, then obviously we get 9, 12, all that is happening. But these guys with the outer pressure is there, so they have rightly identified this one, which is there, which is a group 1. So yeah, probably that is there. This is that. It's also in a good hand. It's a neutral. So this is there. Here we have this one, which is a 55 by 18. It's a 6-year-old mare with the largest outer. $36. So we'll take a look at the 7. 10 is the favorite. 10 is the favorite and 10 is the linear. There's no reason for 10 to lose. Frank! 1. Randwick.
Side more, give it won't be far away, but Anecdotal went around the outside the favour, now takes up the front. Lead to length and a half to more, give it and polar opposite third on the outside, 2 lengths further astern to Teeny Ted. Well back Wilson centre field to Bell Bars, and then came Dodkins. One back along the inside, he sent Cheddar Spraz, and back to last was going out Curly the local. On the home bend, the favourite Anecdotal is the one to catch at the 400. Leads away over length on polar opposite, who's asked for full bore. Morgan runs up behind them. Dodkins starting to make some headway down the outside. Around 200 from home. Anecdotal still out in front. Has 2 lengths on polar opposite. Morgan trying hard, and Dodkins down the other. Anecdotal at the 100 still going well. Dodkins down the outside. It's putting in the big bounce late. Anecdotal of fate getting tight. Dodkins is flying, and oh gee, that's close. Maybe Dodkins has beaten Anecdotal in the photo. Going out curling third and fourth. Is close in a photo between Belbars, Morgan and polar opposite. Then came Cheddar Strands and Teeny Ted. Was last of them home. The late scratching at the gates was the 6th Demon Tycoon, withdrawn at 12.43 on Benson Dice. The photo finish, the outside will score. Dodkins has got there in the final stride.
Anecdotal looked home with the 200, looked to have them chasing and off the mini behind, but Dawkins on debut for Linda Meach and Simon Wild has sworn down the favourite and got up in the last stride and got up to score by about a head margin that officially soon. It'll be 7, 1, 8, 7, 1, 8, and 2. 7, 1, 8, 2 are the interim numbers here. After the second on the program goes to Dawkins on debut. The daughter being pending out of Trammell for Linda Meach and Simon Wild takes out the buckspeeders.net. 3-year-old maiden running the 9.75 and scores well. 7, 1, 8, and 2. The time was 57.13. 57.13. And the winning margin, ahead the winning margin in the end to Dawkins. Ahead by 4 lengths, the official margin there. Ahead by 4 lengths, 57.13, 7, 1, 8, and 2 are the interim numbers on second on.
Boom! Frank! Man, I so hope that we had the Randwick today, but we did not get the Randwick today. We did not get the Randwick feed. But Flemington is okay. Flemington is also good, but Flemington is very hard. Got exacta. Brilliant.
Peter by Lani series is the country racing as real as it gets plate a benchmark for the men over 1,400 metres. It's the race Vancify won last year. Saw a return here on Melbourne Cup Day in the Hong Kong Jockey Club States. Horse one is Avery, Fred Stable, well represented amongst the acceptors. She was a winner at Caulfield 2 back before conceding 10.5 kilos to the winner at Hillside.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if anything, she might have to be better suited back to 1,400. Look, the softer track today is a little query, as is where she gets to from the barrier.
She looks absolutely outstanding in the yard. The team have presented her looking fantastic today. I agree. I think she's going to need a very good ride with a decent amount of weight, so that might be to her detriment, but the team couldn't have done a better job of her.
Skip the 2 to go to the 3. Cindy Falls, who won the Leilani final 12 months ago and made quite the return on the straight.
Yeah, being a terrific return. Fastest lap 800, 600, 400 and 200 of the meeting. Okay, was a deteriorating day, so you've got to take that with a grain of salt. But what it was a really nice return that the eye was backed up on the clock. She'll be fitted for that run. She's suited right with distance. I think the soft track is a real positive for her, and she can potentially settle a lot closer from the draw. So, yeah, I think she's a bet at the price, and I think she should be favourite.
She looks really well here. I think she's taken nice natural improvement from her first up run here at Flemington, which was excellent. I like the gap between runs with this mare. I think that'll hold her in good stead. You look at her second up record, and it's typically not overly good, but I do like the gap between runs here.
5 is Matriarch Road. She's gone 14, 12 and back to 14 this in Empire.
Yeah, might be ready to peak third up. Not exactly sure where she's going to get to in running from the barrier. The soft 6 is a little clear for her too.
Got the tongue tie going on for the first time, which might just be all she needs to find that length and a half or 2 lengths that she's been missing. She's been trending in the right direction all prep. She's got the most beautiful action this mare. She's striding up really through.
6 stylish scratching does not back up from Caulfield at last Saturday. 7 has a second look at the Flemington circuit before the quick starts.
Yeah, she looks better suited back to 1,400 metres against her own set. She should win a nice run either on or close to the speed. I guess the issue is 5 from 42 overall. She was well beaten last time.
She can always pop her hand up and run a good cheeky race, though, and I would suggest that she could probably do the same thing again today. Striding out beautifully there. She's almost showing off the way that she's so free. Paints a lovely rich colour. She's in good nick.
8 Riverina Power. Blinkers first time. And subsequent to that, 21 into 17 on the VOP.
Yeah, complete forgive last start, given the pattern of the day. The softer track was a huge positive. Gets blinkers first time. Is a track distance winner. No surprise to see her make sharp improvement. I think she's a blowout in the race.
Looks really, really well here. Then we've got Tom Davenning on strapping duties today too, just to keep her in check. She's in beautiful order. I do like the blinkers going on first time. Her coat couldn't be any healthier.
9 Brave Miss has gone the other way to the aforementioned mare. 17 out to 26.
13 win Eagle Farm.
She's shooting off a couple of jump outs and a 1,000-metre trial. She's
John EW13.
record. She's the toughest test today.
Welcome back, John.
Good base of fitness there, considering she's had such a long time off. She is just getting a little bit warm, which is what you'd expect. She's just a touch fresh. But I think that she's pretty forward here.
The race favourite is the 10 Dream All Day. Luke Cartwright having a conversation with Michael Kemp Jr. about the plan with this well-bred daughter of Savaville, of course, the relation for the tissue. We saw a win here on New Year's Day, and that was coming off contesting a very good maiden series across the summer months there.
Yeah, so she's giving up 2 jump outs. One, the first, the latest was a really quiet hit out. She was a dominant mate winner in fast time, first up, last preparation. She's got a huge starting price profile, and the market will love the fact that she gets in under the minimum with the claim. So you pay a little bit of a premium for that, but I think she looks one of the 2 leading chances.
Looks fantastic in the yard too. She's forward in condition. The stable typically have their horses ready to go first up, and that's the way she's presented.
Harry Poppy goes on the 11 Vienna Vixen. Second up, Luke Cartwright was aboard for the winning sale.
Yeah, Sale winner first up in a weaker race. Will be fitter again for that run. She's suited rising in distance, and arguably her best run last preparation came second up.
Looks very well. Her coat could be any healthier in the yard here. I think that she's pretty forward in condition too.
Which is Chontel Jolly now with their satellite operation based here at Flemington. Making some waves. 12 Javid there has got market respect.
He ran really well first up and we fit it for that. Dropped in weight, brings some different form. I always respect this stable when they're travelling to Melbourne. Look, she does rise in fast. She'll probably be needing a new career peak, but the market's suggesting she's ready to produce one.
Yeah, my first time assessing her, she's a mare that doesn't have any extra condition on her. She looks a fairly light-framed, fit kind of a horse, but she's in good order.
13 Silver Cliff backing up from a similar contest last week.
We're paid $7 last Saturday, had every chance. It did look a week of race. She drops in weight, the soft track is a positive. I think she needs to go.
Before she went out, she's fed up with the pony now and seems to be going forward okay. Conditions good, but that's probably better in a week of race.
Friedman Mares is the 2-fire event who won fresh on Dempsey Day at Caulfield last year.
Yeah, so she's had a strong 2 jump outs to prepare for her return today and won that latest jump out. She's had that 2-3 first up records, including that win on Wednesday first up last preparation in Caulfield. So it's a pretty interesting as she's over the odds.
I thought she looked fantastic in the yard. She pulled me last preparation first up because she naturally carries a little bit of condition around the midsection, and I thought she might have needed the run, but she doesn't. That's just the way she looks. The team have done a little bit more work with her cutting in today, and it's the fastest her first up. You can't deny her record.
Twice Kent won this race with Party for 1 cup. So he went on good free plus, but the opening similar to Freeman Road.
So what? Yeah, I'm with Sydney Falls here. I quite like her, and she's not favourite. I think she probably should be. I love the return. I like the soft ground for her, and I like that she can settle closer here today from the draw. So yeah, Sydney Falls the bet for me. Had a dream all day. Looks an obvious key contender. Do you think Riverina powers of her? Blinkers on, softer track, pattern against last time. She can really improve. Jake Fair, I respect the stable. 3 on top for me. What say you, Amy?
I say it's a pretty tough yard. That's what I say, Ben. I think that there's a good, consistent group of mares here that have been turned out in very good order. I'm going to go fire with Etna on top. I just think she looks tighter this time round.
12 win Flemington.
She pulled last preparation. I thought that she might take a bit of improvement out of her first up run, and she was really good at Caulfield. And I think today she looks better than what she did last preparation. So happy to have her on top. Avery for the Freedmans also looks fantastic. Cindy Falls, Dream All Day. I think that it's a good, consistent race.
Even they don't have a clarity. Man, the 10 is getting tailed.
Success with a handy mare who went on to be Group 3 and placed in Party for one of this race a couple of years ago with his wife. Michael Kent Jr. They'll be hoping that the well-bred Dream All Day can go on a similar, if not better path.
Lewis, welcome back.
She's first up 1400. Won like this last one.
But this is bad. The 10 is getting tailed, man. In that case, I'll go with a coffee.
Yeah, I think she loved getting a toe in. So I think she just made her some sort of smell and good land. I think she'll enjoy it. But the market this morning, now enjoying some ground. Yeah, she's done very well. So happy with her. I think she can spring well enough fresh. They go slow, base ground. If they go along
Dream All Day arriving at the barrier stalls, Brave Miss
what
the
looks
big
pretty
and
earnest
Makes
conversation
the
between
overage
you
as a
and
bear.
regards to
Fire
what
event, the Riverina Power, Hay, Fiasco, Test, and Falls.
Lewis is on 3.
Yet to move there. Dream All Day, favourite in front of Cindy Falls, 350 against 8. Racing gets played 1400 metres.
Man, this is bad. It is the straight run. B, no, it is not the straight run. This is 1400 meters. Sorry.
not my key for
$30. I thought Silver Cliff looked really well. $30 into the main.
The middle barriers we've got.
So back in the game.
They look in two
Moving into the running of race 3 on the card. Silver Cliff fire and problems. But that's come up drawn in.
Maybe pick up a little bit closer.
No, just arriving as he goes. Sydney Falls moved
Well,
in.
they're late pushing a 380 on the VOP. Now
Everything is getting tailed. One is also getting tailed. PC, Flemington, welcome back, PC. PC is one. One is also getting tailed, PC.
$13.
Everything is a mess.
Right. Dream All Day hasn't really grown much.
Out.
Dream All Day moves up. Is Silver Cliff being led forward? Avery to get centre race with it doesn't appear to be much speed. She'll be making the play or up there at least. Fiasco Test to move in and the big girl Matriarch Rose to be the last. Country Race is real as it gets plate. 380 each of two. Cindy Falls and Dream All Day. Cindy Falls has the better of the barrel. Almost set. Starters up. Lights are on. Ready to fly. Fire event is rider not quite ready. They settle. Gates fly back. They're off. Dream All Day. Kid and the equal favourite is back. Second last in the early stages with Brave Miss. Fast away is Avery and Fiasco Test. They're 1 too early. Silver Cliff and Fire Event are on the fence fourth. A length and a half away. Cindy Falls outside the mid. Vienna Vixen. Wide out is Jazz Affair. River Red. The Power. Brave Miss. Matriarch Rose and Dream All Day after that sluggish start is last. Down the side of the course they skirt. Avery, the front runner, has control. Silver Cliff straight up 3/4 away. On the fence, Fiasco Test, then came Vienna Vixen. On the rail is Fire of Etna and Jazz Affair being caught wide from Riverina Power, Matriarch Rose. Cindy Falls on the fence with Dream All Day. Favourites are third and second last, and Dream All Day's cluttered away in the centre. Last of all, Brave Miss. Avery, the front runner, making every post a winner. As they turn at the 600 metres, Silver Cliff about to stride up. A length away, Fiasco Test. Brought to the outside, Vienna Vixen starting a run from Fire of Etna. Riverina Power, Cindy Falls hugs the inside. And Dream All Day is back with nowhere to go. They're well in the straight. Avery, the front runner, at the 250, led by 2 lengths at the moment. Vienna Vixen, Riverina Power running on with Silver Cliff and Fiasco Test. The favourites are not in it. Avery leads the way. Fire of Etna's getting up on the fence. Fire of Etna going after Avery. Fire of Etna finishing the better on the inside. Fire of Etna either Riverina Power or Avery wide out with between them Vienna Vixen. Then Fiasco Test, there followed by Dream All Day, Jazz Affair, Cindy Falls. Favourites never got sighted. Riverina Power, Matriarch Rose and Brave Miss. Photos all around.
Bears to the race. This might cause quite the discussion.
The inside runs going after Avery.
That race Victoria
and keep out of the track was
tonight. Dakota Keane, a huge moment, a big breakthrough.
Riverina Power and Fire of Etna rails through all the way for Jalen Kennedy. She's a bomb first up.
Amy Young, firing on cylinders, 15 out of 20 if you don't mind on the VOP. Back in
That's
19
the third time for 4 games winning from the lower distance. 6 starts, 4 wins in a second. She wins at Fire Event.
Avery.
Second will go to the horse on the outside, which is Riverina Power. Tom Davenport.
A lot to unfold in that contest. And
Yeah, I'll explain what happened.
To go inside for team power something in the big
Fiasco Test was also
the clear favourites never got sighted at any stage. They're always a mile back. And Fire has been able to rail through. She had no mile away. Jalen Kennedy actually not leave the fence in the highway. She's won. Winning that 2-8, 1-11, 1-24-20.
2-8-1-11. This is bad. How it played. Okay, so the 10 was getting tailed. The 10 was not in a position. But even after that, so we had, we were trying to get how the spell actually works. and we needed a ground that can actually justify. Today is the first time we're Flemington. I'm still not sure if this is right, but that's where 2 comes in. So if we look here, the 2 got through. If we look here, these 2 had the same number, but 7 actually got through. We have to do a little fine tuning on this, but this is basically when we have spell. All right, this is the spell. This is the spell, but there is a thing called thing which is the consistency of the spell. There is a pressure on the spell, but with that pressure, we know that there is a difference in pressure here, but there is a consistency which is here. And that is what it is. But we'll have to re-verify this. We'll have to re-verify this. She gave the rail to the winner. Yes, she did. She did. She did. But at the end of the day, I think you had a brilliant pick. I was hoping that it will get through, PC. That, you know, I was pretty much on that because of the way things were. If you look at the pressure, so here it comes with that drift pressure on that neutral, which is perfect, and this is how they lay down things here. All right, these are the horses that are with the these are the horses with the drift pressure. Starts from here. Sorry, 8 got through, starting from 8. So here is the drift pressure. Now take your pick here, depending on the performance or the added advantage. So there are 2 horses which are here with added advantage. One is 1 because of the group 1 races. The other one is 8 because of the advantage. And they both had the same thing. 1 had a brilliant opportunity, but 8 today, I think, because of the advantage, it went through. But that's the only horse with advantage. And if you look at the results, that's 2, 8, 1, and 11. So 2 went through with the consistency. But this is very premature. I am still not very sure about how this thing works. But I had a feeling that this is going to get there because so far this is what is reflecting here at Flemington. But this I had this for about last 3 days. But we needed a good ground to cross-check this. Today we are checking this with Flemington. We need a race at Randwick to check this, and then we'll do the fine-tuning on this. Okay, this is race number 4, 11, 12, 13 scratched. 4, 6, 5, and 2.
As you said, Terry deserves to win a race, so I just think it might be today.
The best race spot.
Did very little on Wednesday Balaclava. That track was very firm, gets conditions much more to his liking here. He's hard fit, he's had plenty of recent racing. He's just been mixing his form.
Jess punching a race to range double on 6 High Society Girl for Stephen Theodore.
Ran 7th of 9 here last week, but I didn't think it was too bad a run from her. She was a fair way back on a slowly run race, and just right over the last 100 metres, she was holding her line well. Loves wet tracks, a roughie that can run well.
$10 was the 70 Sharma Princess, a last start winner at Strathallan.
I had that track rated heavy. She gets similar conditions here today. It's got good form on rain-affected tracks, certainly not hopeless at odds.
Flurry Flipper, the Yay, the outsider.
Another horse to have gone up to Balaclava on Wednesday on a firm track and did nothing. That was his first try past 1,600 metres. He's got 2,400 today.
Spent money for Emma Moore, just number 9.
There has been on a 7-day backup, and he's another horse in this race that's got very effective form on rain-affected ground. Didn't do that much last week, but
The Blues get heated at Balaclava on Wednesday with Back Me Up. Well, I think it did. Where's Phil? I think I'll ask you.
well said, Terry. Now, Cooper's and Blues hard and fit, and he has shown an ability to get through wet tracks previously. He ran 2 or 3 starts ago at Strathallan. Not saying no, I think he's about the right price.
Okay, your numbers, John, 2, 4, 1, 6, they're close to a start.
Giving Dixie Whistler one more chance. It's today or never for her for me.
Mark Matthews, same 4 numbers, different order. He's got 4, 1, 6 and 2. Here he is.
Race 2. You'll reign in between races 2 and 3 though thus far. There's more coming though. Dixie Whistler's gone in. Kirk Clifton Blue, the final one. The line's almost complete here for race number 3. 2,400, benchmark 78. Kirk Clifton Blue goes in. The light will go on, light flashes away. Race 3 at Morpheville. Set to run. Standing by for a start. Gates crash back, they're away and racing now. No early speed from Sharma Princess. It hopped out a bit awkwardly. Dixie Whistler stepped well. And there goes My Heroes carving over with it. Kirk Clifton Blue will lob in the third. So they'll be the first 3 into stride. Behind them was High Society Girl, then Dandruff, who just a little bit fierce with the blinkers on back in 5th. Then came Lakes Folly, Ammo Moore, it's outside. The next one was Smiling Assassin, who's 3rd last. Sharma Princess was next, and Flurio Flipper whips them in, and probably at least 12 off the leader. They're out of the straight now, with the circuit left to travel, and Kirk Clifton Blue is going to press the issue and cross here, Dixie Whistler. That leaves There Goes My Hero outside the leader. High Society Girl, 4th the inside. Tempo looks moderate to Genuine. Then came behind them Dandruff. Next one, Lakes Folly, Ammo and More. Then came Smiling Assassin. Sharma Princess 2nd last, and 2 last of all was Flurio Flipper. The 1,600 metres is behind them here, and it's a Genuine gallop out in front. Kirk Clifton Blue by a neat length, and There Goes My Hero. 2.5, almost 3 lengths further back was High Society Girl, Dixie Whistler. 1.5, Dandruff, who's just fighting the rider Stugel. Then came Smiling Assassin, Lakes Folly, Ammo or More. Sharma Princess, and 2 last of all, Flurio Flipper. No change in the order here. They're right down the back in the 3rd of Morpheville Parks on a soft 7. Kirk Clifton Blue is the navigator. Out by a length and a quarter to There Goes My Hero. 1.5, High Society Girl getting a cozy run. Down low, Dixie Whistler, 1 by 1, it's outside. Then came 2 further back, Dandruff, Smiling Assassin. No move from Lakes Folly up in the weights today, then Sharma Princess. There's one working up around it on the outside, it's Ammo Moore. The one they've plunged the betting, it's starting to get a wriggle on. Last of all, Flurio Flipper. You get the feeling the race is going to be on a fair way out here. 700 left to run, Kirk Clifton Blue. Being tackled by There Goes My Hero and Dixie Whistler. They make a line of 3. High Society Girls trying to truck into it behind them, still 2 off the leaders. Then Dandruff, 2 further back, Smiling Assassin. Ammo Moore still at least 8 off the leader. Hard at work, the rider. Then came Sharma Princess. Lakes Folly, I think, is too far back. And Flurio Flipper, last of all under the Persuader. Homeward bound. 300 left to run. Kirk Clifton Blue now. About to be popped. The question from There Goes My Hero. They're plodding away here. Then High Society Girl, who pops out now. He gives chase. Next one, Dixie Whistler. High Society Girl ranged up on the outside of Kirk Clifton Blue. Then There Goes My Hero. High Society Girl's got its nose just in front late, and High Society Girl from Kirk Clifton Blue. High Society Girl gets in.
Beat Kirkliston Blue down for a third. Then there goes My Hero, Smiling Assassin, Lakes Folly, Dixie Whistler, Amor Moore, then Sharma Princess, and last in, Flurio Flipper.
It is a race, the race double for Jess.
On 3 Real Roses, 5.50 in Hell Save around that price. 9 Talcon, 5 out to 8.50, 10 Imminent Hour, that is 11 to 2. 13 Toast Snowfall, 10 got to 15 back into 14 late. The Aussie Coffee Orange. 11 to 13, 6 Smoke and Rowie, 15 to 17, 7 Son of Animals, 51 to 31, 2 Big S, 61, 1 the Top Bowler, 101. The game the next field, 151, clear outside. So the third event, the Edge out of Intellectual 8, the 2400, starting at the shoot here, of course, at the top of the straight. Moving in. They're making a good line over there. Toes in the Snowfall, Council Son of Animals, 3 Real Roses, Talcott. And now it's off away with Smoke and Rowie and Tom Bowler. Silver Pledge has gone in out wide. Big S. The final one here to get set for Will Price and Andrew Bobbin. Maladi's on, the field set to go. The gates crash back and they're off. At the 2400 for the Dowder Intellectual. And away fast to centre, Toes and Snowfall. Speed from the grey, 3 Real Roses against the inside. And deeper out on the track, the name Spiel rolls across as they come onto the course proper. No one really wants to lead, but the name Spiel will. The name Spiel goes around the outside and takes a lead now. And leads a length over Smoke and Rowie. Third was 3 Real Roses. Fourth was Talcott against the inside. And 3 wide with no cover is Imminent Hour. Toes and Snowfall, the other locals on its back, followed by Cousin Gula centre field. And then came Son of Animos, the inside fourth from the back, ahead of the Tom Bowler. And then came Silver Pledge, the favourite second last, buried away on the fence. And Big S is on its outside at the tail end of the field. They pass you now, past the post and a lap of beautiful Swan Hill to go on day 2 of the June Racing Carnival. And the name Spill shows them the way. Over the crossing, a half length over Smoke and Rowie. 2 lengths away, third, Imminent Hour. And fourth would have been Talcott racing on the inside of the grey, 3 Real Roses. 2 lengths further astern to Son of Badamos. And then came Cousin Gula centre field, ahead of Totem Snowfall. And then came a Tom Bowler, who's served from the back ahead of Silver Pledge, the inside, the favourite second last. It'll have to be a good ride to win from back there, the Babe. And Big S went back to the tail. Running down the back of the course here, in the third, it's Swan Hill, the Jada Intellectual. They passed the 1200, and the leader out in front is the name's Beal. Lead to length over Smoke and Rowie. 2 lengths away, third was Imminent Hour on the outside of Talcott, getting the box seat trail. Whether they've been 3 Real Roads and smooth wide, ahead of Son of Badamos, the inside. It's a run past Marmar's there at the 975. And then came Cousin Gula, followed by the favourite Silver Pledge, who's making some headway along the insides, 4 from the back ahead of Toes and Snowfall. And then came a Tom Bowler past the 800 second last. And Big S can see them all rolling down the side of the course. And Smoke and Rowie up on the outside now, puts it to the name Spiel. Around the outside, Imminent Hour went to third. Running up behind them was Talcon, 3 Real Roses. Around the outside comes Toes and Snowfall with a bit of a run. And then came Son of Badamos. Silver Pledge trying to weave through the fave. It's well back with the Tom Bowler. And Big S, they turn for home around 200 from the judge. Smoke and Rowie out in front, leads a length. Toes and Snowfall winding up down the outside. And then came Cousin Gula. Further back to Talcon. Silver Pledge is coming to the outer now with a big run. Smoke and Rowie on tired legs. It's joined by Cousin Gula, Toes and Snowfall. And down the outside is Silver Pledge. Cousin Gula reaches the lead. Silver Pledge down the outside. This will be some win. Silver Pledge will score the fave. A neck over Cousin Gula. Talcon third and fourth will be a photo. Toes and Snowfall or Smoke and Rowie.
Right, this is the fourth one. This is again going to be back on that straight run. So if we look through the odds, it's 4, 6, 5, and 2. If we look through the rails, we get 4, 5, 6, and 2 here. All right, all within the rails, all within the box. Now the 4 is the favorite. It is the one on the top. Comes from gate number 12. That's the third linear. This is the linear. 6 is the linear. But That's more or less what it is. That is more or less what it is. So about the spell control, the highest here, here, and here. These are out of the rails, but this is the 10, which is also there. Okay. This is not bad actually. It's a 85. That's the highest spell. That's the highest spell. If you look at this one, 6 is the linear, which means it has a lot of pressure. 4 races, gate speed almost the same. But this one is with relaxation. So ideally, 4 is the favorite. But 6 is the linear. We still haven't figured out what 0 means. So we still have to get that thing sorted. But this is good. This is the 3rd. This is the largest outer. Largest inner. There is no outer drift here. There's one neutral, which is this one, 1, with one group 1 race here, which is from gate number 2. 5722. This is the best hand. They haven't, the very professional team and one of the highest here. This one is a linear, it doesn't have the physics, so this will not work probably, but this will work. They're also the best hand. 2 is good. They're also the best hand. This is a lot of pressure. This is the first one, which is a handicap race. The other one that we had on 1100. This was probably an open race. This is going to be the first one, which is a handicap race, which is going to be on the straight run. This straight run is very tricky. This one is very tricky. This straight run here at Flemington. So yeah, that 4 is the favorite. We'll see how it looks like and what they have to say. But that's where the things are. 4, 2, and 6 is the linear. This is 0. 5 is the largest inner. So all in the box, all of them are within the rails. All of them have the physics. But that physics I don't think is applicable, because at the end of the day, it's a straight run. That physics is very much designed with the bends. We've had situations here on this track with the straight run where things within the rails have defaulted. So that's what the thing is. Devon, welcome back. Lewis, El Paso.
What is the .org that I use for the local Coles or Bunnings? We've got 3-year-olds on the Crescent Pass, the country Victoria Sprint over 1100 metres out fourth event of the afternoon. With the Kiwi, Super Proton having second was Flemington, the first was over 1400.
Yeah, it was a really easy run to skip last start when called wide our cover off a fast speed. I guess the drop back to 1100 is a query though.
It is, but one thing you know is he's well and truly fit enough. He presents in really good order if he's sharp enough with that drop back.
To skipjack was this traffic underloop car right in the opener in mid-May behind Matamata.
It wasn't beaten far there at this traffic trip last time out. Might be ready to pick third up. Does get in line after the claim, but the race looks a little bit stronger, so probably needs to improve again.
It's always easy to like this horse from the yard. He's a really nice fight, attractive, he moves well, and he's well trained and well prepared. So you can't knock a single thing about the way that he's presented here.
Wins on either side of a break, the three saucer solo.
Yeah, produced a big finish to win from last first up at Sandown. Fastest last 800 and 600 a day, dropped 6 kilos. Might have come back a better horse in this preparation. The barrier is my concern.
It looks very well. It's lovely and loose in its action. Its coat's just a tiny bit wintry, but it's very, very healthy. You can see it's a great colour there, nice and good, healthy shine to it. He's enthusiastic as well, so there's a lot to like about him.
Matt Laurie having a great run in association with Ulong, and it's continuing with the 4 Soft Love, of course, one of the first 3 starts, including that performance in Corpus at the beginning of April. She was 6 weeks between runs when assisting in the listed Denise Destroyed Stones feature.
Yeah, that was a big win at Caulfield 2 starts ago. She was just in the wrong part of the track last time out from the inside barrier. No surprise to see her bounce back here, and she's drawn what looks for the right run.
She looks fantastic, and she's got the most beautiful nature, this filly. She just is so straightforward, putting together a great record. She's been very well turned out. There's nothing to say.
By Supercilious adds a touch of class to this, given her multiple stakes placings.
Yeah, she was used on the trial and 2 jump outs. Thought she did enough in the strong heat in the lane. It's the obvious query is just whether 1100 is a bit sharp.
She looks outstanding. I think it's a really, really good return. Her coat is amazing. Fitness is spot on. I think it's a really, really good return.
1 hard late against the low draw here for Blake McDougall and Donna Scott. Every right to come back here after what was an admirable first traffic straight.
It was a really gallant effort last start. Looked the winner and just nailed late. I don't think the inside barrier is an advantage though, so there is that query, but and this race does look it's got a little bit more depth to it.
I do like the winters coming off her today, and I think that she strips a little bit fitter, a little bit tighter than when I saw her here recently. I should say, I think it's a really good even break from her today, and she'll be all the better for having the experience here previously.
Better than a run like Encryption was 1 spot behind 1 hard late.
He could add some merit to that performance too, given he came up the inside of the field, was on the wrong side of the straight on the day from what we saw in the subsequent straight races. Just peaked the last 50. Had he drawn wide, who knows, might have won that race.
Looks good again here, definitely gets a tick from the yard. Nice even parade, just gone out early with the pony, but I thought she was good here recently and she looks as good today.
8 Caroline back against the 3-year-old after winning a restricted 64.
Yeah, won that weaker race first up with a powerful last 200 metres, drops 4 kilos with the rise in class. Might have further improvement to come with that run under the belt, but this race is a lot stronger.
Really neat, really this, and she's in good even order again. Got the Norton bit going on for the first time today.
Haven't seen the 9 yes in mid-December at the Valley when it had the better of Caroline and the rest.
Yeah, Regime's got 2 jump outs, won the latest fairly over 1,000 metres at Warrnambool, but did improve sharply with a run under the belt last preparation. Can race on speed, looks one of the potential leaders.
He was pretty fresh and busy in the yard. I think that he will strip a little bit fitter after day 2, but he's got a really good base of fitness there. I haven't seen him much previously, but he's a big, strong boy.
10 Just Google Me begins its winter preparation down here in Melbourne. Been racing exclusively in the River Arena across the summer months.
Yeah, so this horse ran the fastest last 200 metres of the race, it wasn't before a spell. No trial or jump out. The form last preparation suggests that we're pretty good on a new level.
I thought it was an okay return here. He's fresh enough as he's going down to the start too, so maybe he might race a little bit more sensibly next time round.
What a race this was last year in regards to the form that came out of it. Right to Party defeated Marble 9 with 0 links. You had Romantic Choice 8, Namesake 9, Vivid City 12, Title Fighter 13, by Lecchio. Midtown Boss, who dared with Chiripa 4, first down 6 a couple of years ago. Good wins to 3-year-old sprinters. It's normal form that translates time to come. And Soft Love looks like the most obvious of those with
progress beyond this bet. Yeah, I'd like the draw as well for her today. That's why she's firming up this early. She does look drawn to get to the outside and swoop late. Salsafella was really taken by the first up win. It surprised me, but there's a lot of merit to it on the clock. He might have come back a better horse preparation. Run like a script, wrong side of the straight last time out. If you get to the right side this time, maybe able to turn the tables on one hard lady who's really gallant on speed. Looks one of the leaders game here. But the four on top for me, maybe stickly up.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ben. I've got such love on top. I thought she's just so straightforward. This filly has got such a good attitude. She's so professional. She's been turned out in beautiful shape. She never really carries any excess condition. She's at peak fitness. She's racing in good heart, and I thought she looked an absolute treat here. Her horse that has returned in outstanding order is Supercilious. We know that she's probably going to be better as she gets over just a little bit further, but geez, the team must be happy with the way that she's come back. I thought she's always been a nice horse, and she looks like she's going to be in for a great preparation. But one hard lady and run like a quick, she will both even better than I saw she got.
Runners at the start.
Well, I'll go with the linear. 6.
First look at the Flemington straight. Matt, who have we got with it?
Skip Jack.
Right, we've got no run from by now. Yeah, so family day out.
Why not? Given we've got much better weather than was forecast.
There at the
What was
start.
the team field because of
Sounds a fella moving around. It's in here. Super senses down the back.
behind
Super photon moving around.
the stalls.
Just googly at the start.
Rattled. I think she's just through in the wrong part of the track and probably exposed, too far from the post. She's still only the beat. So really a bit disappointed, but the margin wasn't too big.
What's it meant for how you've managed this and why this is the next task?
Well, we were so open, she went well, we taking the Queensland, but I'm happy to be at home. She seems to have done well since. This is just an opportunity to see if she can handle the straight. I think she's going well enough.
Devon, this is the 4th one, and honestly, this is the first one which is handicapped here, and this is the straight run. This is a very, very unpredictable situation because this run doesn't have any bend, so they're going to be running straight. He's got 7.
Wider gate is an advantage. That's right, but again, the month soft over the years. This tends to be the case down straight. You want to get out wider, so actually are. One hard lady who, along with it, yes, look, they're standing by for the movie. So everything's saying on the inside.
John, EW1, Kiwi horse. It's got some stuff, John. It is not all. All gamble. It's got a Group 1 race. It's got a Group 1 race. It's a good one. So your EW is not a fake EW. It is a good EW.
Promising, isn't she? G Supercilia. So I agree with Amy. She looked great in the yard. It's money for her. So it's a yes, moves forward. We're pretty close to a jump away. Soft Love 270 favourite. First straight came around the outside.
I get very nervous with the straight run here.
Jack looks in great order.
You're very nervous with the straight run.
Fresh air surface. Now Soft Love to move in. is Run Like Encryption, who's got plenty of speed. Moves up. And
Six,
Soft coming
baby.
aboard. Got a really good book today, and this is one of the prime bookings. A filly that he's written an all.
Go with 5.
Set
5 is
now.
good.
Already racing. Skipjack out fast with the nose roll on, and Soft Love again quite well. Down to the inside, Hard Lady fast away, and she's going to stay hard up against the fence and lead the way. He's in front, Just Google Me going forward with Super Proton, Run Like Encryption, and inside of it is Super Cilious taking up a spot. Soft Love coming wide on the track and now ducked in behind. She's going to go back towards the tail of the field. In fact, she's going to be last. As they link on towards the 650, Hard Lady in front of Super Proton. Going up on the outside, Just Google Me, Run Like Encryption, Skipjack wide, Super Cilious the fence over Salsa Fella. As they get fully into stride, it's a yes up.
Come on, 6.
Inside. And they were followed by Coral Lid. Soft Love's well back. She's last brought to the outside, clicked up. So plenty of chances. Hard Lady from It's a Yes. Going after the pair, Running Like an Encryption. And Soft Love is starting to come down the outside. She's got 2 to make up. Like a train. Chances come on, Run Like Encryption. Soft Love and Salsa Fella.
3, 4.
Beaten Soft Love. Third Supercilious from either Run Like Encryption. It's a Yes back to the fence.
3.
Then came Skipjack way out. Further back in the field was Super Proton. There followed by Hard Lady. Supercilious pulled up quickly past the post.
3.
In company with Just Google Me and Coraline.
So Salsa Fellow inside, who would have been
Salsa Fella. I think it's just one
for that from
bursting up on the
the
rail.
in a moment. So Declan
Soft Love
Bates
looks
inside,
certain
Harry
to
Potter
score.
outside.
3, 4, 5. Yes.
Broad home.
Let's have a look at the photo.
And the inside going to
And
get
the
it
inside
by the
Salsa
looks.
Fella will win it narrowly.
Supercilious will run further.
You couldn't put
Quite
enough on
nice
Soft
return
Love 100 out.
from
She
the
had
fourth
her
mark
motor
of Fury.
purring.
But Salsa Fellow,
But
as
Salsa Fella's
mentioned,
dived up on the fence and
pick up
has done
head
it
on,
on
about probably the
the
200
last
metre mark.
stride.
Declan
Third
Bates
Supercilious.
Anyway, we got the top 3, so we'll. So what happened here is that 3 actually went through, the 4 didn't. And how that happened is because is 7, 5, 32. Difficult to understand what happened. I still have no clue. I don't know. The spell is almost the same. And if we look at the pressure, it has more pressure. This one has low pressure. $62, $35, $64, $85 doesn't make sense, but that's the job. We'll figure out what is going on here. We had all of them within the box. This doesn't actually, this is invalid when it is the straight run. This is basically invalid. I think I mentioned that this is designed for bends. This, if the bends are not there, it doesn't stand. So this thing gets in. How? No. That is one thing that I can see at this point of time, that it had the pressure difference is 5% more on this, which is a reduction of that. If we look at the results, that is 3, 4, 5. 4 was here, 9 and 8 was in between, but 4 was within the rails. This is like 5 kilograms more on 1100 meter. So here on 1100 meter, we have the 2, there was a reduction. I don't know if that's true, but that's the only indication as of now. Five, 1. This is 5. 1 has been scratched. Three, 5, 7, 2.
Sharper as a racehorse. He's a really honest horse. Very consistent ratings again this time in. 2 starts ago looked at winner, but KTM's club they kicked back and beat him. Again, last start possibly looked at winner and not over late. Looks to get a good run. He'll be in the finish.
All too misty. Well bred filly by All Too Hard as Mystified, who was a talented mare.
All Too Misty's a horse I don't think's out of it. The market's got her in the bin a little bit, which is interesting for a Richard and Chantel Jolly trained horse. wasn't too bad after a little pressure at Murray Bridge when she laid in and over-raced a little. No exposed form on the wet gate is some queries.
$10 at sports bet for 7 in his Astro Doom.
Blinker's coming off. He just overdid things a little bit last night on the track. It's heavy. Didn't do much there by the same token. He's a better horse than that, and 2 starts ago, he probably should have gone close to winning. So there is scope for him to improve.
The 9 Stadium saying won a week made of last start at Dorber when having his first run for 7 days. It was 41 to 21. It does like wet conditions.
I'll add much more to that, Terry. I think it's summed it up well. One thing you do know about Barbarian is she will get through the going. It's a big rise in grade here, but she's a horse that does handle well.
$81 for sports bet. Have you got a number alongside?
Yes. Back there.
You've 2 big brutes right up sharp.
61.
The 10 Spirit of Flight.
It's another roughie that I backed on. Going a few little roughies and sprinkling around some money here. Thought she was pretty good last start behind Streetcar Apollo. She just got beaten by a horse that maybe had a slightly better run than her. She's still ran well. Wet track's a little bit of an unknown. One start on a slow track is Victoria. Got a long way back. Grandstand didn't actually run that badly.
4-12, Witches and Graft, which is only had the 1 run to Darren Flemington. Okay, first up again.
She did. The Graft didn't go too badly first up, but up to 1400 is no spoil, and this is harder, and I did not have an ink next to her.
Okay, 2 Big Brute is your on top selection.
I've got Big Brute on top, but I was really worried on the wet track, but he did get through a track that was maybe a rate or 2 better than this last week. I like that he's for a better gate. It won't be an easy ride for Flick Atkinson, but he's a horse with plenty of ability. He's going to have to run down horse number 1, Centro, who I think will get an easy run in front. Stephen Sharp will get a nice run from that side. Possibly box seat. My number's 2-1.
It's the G1.
You see, if I'm sprinkled around about 3 horses that are between 50s and 150s.
Mark Matthews has gone with Seco, the favourite. Here it is.
Their top win hopes, the 1, the 2, the 4 and the 6. These final 3 to come up. Synchro comes in. All our relays joining us here for race number 4. Grub to come forward.
Let me bring in Bucephalus. Wait.
215 to
This
260.
is the 5th race. We'll bring in Bucephalus.
$6 into 310 and even sharper 6 into 460. All 2 Misty comes up. Line about to be complete. This is race 4. Class 2 over 1400 here at Morphettville. Light blinks away. Set to go in the starter's hands. Racing. Very nice line out too. Synchro was the one of the best away with Astro Dean, but gee whiz, they're jammed up. Witchetty Grubs wide around on the track, pressing forward. Then all 2 Misty Big Brew. Even Sharper was around 4th last to the inside. Then J City. 1.5 Barbadian Babe and Spirit of Flight was the last one. They've sorted their order out now. 7 lengths to expand the field at the 1,000 metre mark. Synchro takes it up. By about half a length to Witchetty Grub, then Big Brute, Astro Deep. Then came Even Sharper, 1.5, all 2 Misty. J City was 3rd last, Barbadian Bay, and Spirit of Flight still last and 7 off the top. The pilot down the side, here's Synchro, trying to make it 2 on the bounce. Leads by 3/4, Witchetty Grub. Big Brutes 1 by 1, and has all the chances, 2 off the top. Then came Even Sharp, Astro Deep is under pressure. Then came all 2 Misty going around in. J City's under the pump, then came Barbadian Bay. Last of all, Spirit of Flight, 400 left to run. Synchro hasn't been asked any questions yet. Skipped away the top of the straight. They've got a fair bit to do, the others. Synchro raced away, put up 4. One even sharper, Witchetty Grub, then Big Brute. All 2 Misty, the leaders now. Digging fence posts a little bit. Synchro's in front. All 2 Misty's trying to get there. Then came Big Brute. Synchro at the 100, still 2 clear. All 2 Misty's trying to cut it down, but Synchro's got enough in the tank. And Synchro, a tough win in wet conditions, wins by about 3. Went away in the end, in fact, to all 2 Misty. Big Brute 3rd. Then came behind them Spirit of Flight. Next one, Witchetty Grub, Even Sharper, Astro Dean, Barbadian Babe, and J City last in.
Building a good record. Synchro is now 1 3 for 6, and he wins here. Tom Panel rises for 1 hit by Jockey, played the money. 6 optimistic second, Bitbrook, which was the one that played there. Gap in the market late on Simpo runs third and Spirit of Flight runs fourth. So, John, the numbers here on those four are 1, 6, 2 and 10.
Ask me the unknown analysis. All right, Bruce is now connected to AI, so Bruce can answer some stuff. But you have to ask it with, hey, Bruce. Hey, Bruce. The only thing that it will listen to is, hey, Bruce, before your question, and then hit enter. It'll try.
Moving in, Olympic Scandal comes up. Well tried to win the race. Luna's favourite 360, but Olympic Scandal is into 440. Will the bet 365. So just World Action to complete the line here. 360 or Lube. Maybe a Scandal best back to beat at 440. 1300. Race 4, Swan Hill, they're off. Boris missed the start by a couple of lengths and Lube bounced out well. So did World Action under the hat. Then Claymore Mine and Juggernaut Joan together, 2 lengths in front of Americana. Boris saving ground on the rails from the well-tried Olympia Scandal. And Alaskan Storm was the last one. Past the 1,000-metre mark and Lube took it up. Clearly so a length on World Action. Juggernaut Jones follows the leader. Under the hat is 4th, 1-1 and tracked turn now by Claymore Mine. The inside Boris has saved a lot of ground from Olympia Scandal, Americana and Alaskan Storm at the tail end of the field. Lube in front, trying to lead all the way. Leads out by a half length on World Action. Juggernaut Jones third, under the hat is 4th. Then Claymore Mine and Olympia Scandal getting to the outside track by Alaskan Storm. Lube under siege here from World Action. Then Juggernaut Joan who's getting out. Next was Claymore Mine, followed by under the
Oh,
hat.
it'll come back, busy.
Come right down the outside. Lube has fought off World Action. Juggernaut Joan and Claymore Mine are the two closing in, and then Olympia Scandal. Lube down on the fence. Claymore Mine having the last crack. Lube in front. Lube all the way. Won it by neck to Claymore Mine. Juggernaut Joan or Olympia Scandal. Then followed close up to Voorhees and under the hat and Alaskan Storm. Then World Action and Americana finished at the end. Lube goes all the way. Market was soft on it late, but it's been too good. Simon Wild and another one from Linda Meach and 4-year-old Bay Man.
It's AI, PC. It'll answer like that.
Wild Racing.
But it picks up some lines that has been fed into it. We'll see. Anyway, we'll go to the 5th one. This is 1600 meter. So this one is where we are standing. If you look through the odds, it's 3, 5, 7 and 2. 3 is the favorite. We look through the rails. 3 comes on top. And 3 and 5 is the linear. So this is where we stand. And we'll see how it works. 2, 7. So that's that part of the story. We have a very strong thing on this guy, 6. So we'll put 6 as a check. This is where we stand with this. I'll go with the linear. It's a 1600 meter. This one is well within the thing. But yes, this is the drift. This is the largest drift. It works here. So 5 and 3 queen is going to work. 5 and 3 should work. I mean, this is where we picked it up. This is the place. This Flemington is where we had the master class of what drifts are and how drifts work. So the drifts work here, that's for sure, because this is where we learned it. We'll see how it works. 5 is the linear. I'll probably go with the 5 if the 5 doesn't get tailed. Bucefel is who wins race 6 at Randwick. It'll not work like that, Lewis. You have to ask. You have to start it with "Hey Boos," like PC did. "Hey Boos." That's when it'll listen to you. It'll say something. "Hey Boos." Okay, there's a cooldown. There's a cooldown. You cannot use it within 5 minutes, PC. Nobody can use it within five minutes. You'll have to wait 5 minutes. It'll eat up all the quota. Otherwise, it'll eat up all the quota. 5 minutes. Give it 5 minutes. 300 seconds. 5, 6, or 30. Yes, 300 seconds. Or maybe I'll wait a little bit more. It goes out of quota anyways. You know that. The YouTube quota. So it's on cooldown. Just give it 2-3 minutes and then try again. But that's the right way. Hey Boos. Then you ask the question.
Terrific to have the 2020 Melbourne Cup winner Twilight Payment and Malaki Dave, who was sandwiched between two greats in American. And so you think in the 2010 Cup, and the Carrots, the team from Living Legend, they always bring a steady supply. So
Dows, welcome back.
Oh, a couple of horses who certainly strutted their stuff. Great performance here on Flemington's biggest possible stage. We've got the Focus Gold Mile at minus over 1,600 metres, $175,000 rates under set weights and penalties conditions. It's traditionally been raced at Sandown and Caulfield in recent years. So usually important finds itself now at the start of winter and at Flemington. Rounding ran fourth in the race last year at Caulfield behind Belsevoire, Falcon and Bolton, Barney's Fox. He's a scratch this morning as a result of the track downgrade. So our first run of the profile is to Magnus Spin, who was an upset winner at Hillside a fortnight ago, Ben.
Yeah, not sure what happened in the first start, but he bounced back to record that upset win last start. It was a good win. He ran good overall time. Might be a bit of here third up. He maps for a nice run in the ride on or close to the speed, and he handled all the conditions. So if you hasn't wins a big price at $11 or $12, he's well over $12.
I commented on him last start where he looks fantastic without winning, and then he finally broke that voodoo and got another win on the board with the leaders going on. He looks excellent again today.
Breathe, Jimmy the Bear, he's backed up his career on 7 days a couple of times. He comes in off good performance to get the chocolates last Saturday.
Yeah, he's an older horse. I'm not sure he's come back better this preparation, but I think he's going as well as ever. He was heavily backed in 2 good winning last Saturday, and that was a big first up run. He might be able to peak here third up on the back up. The soft track's no issue. He's the best weighted horse running at Flemington today under the conditions of this race. I guess the little concern for taking the
Beautiful.
to get to him running through the barrier, but that aside, he looks really well placed.
Yeah, he looks fantastic again. He's just a really cool horse. He's got such a great attitude. He looks like an absolute gentleman, and I'm sure he's a stable favourite the way that he plods around here. Looks as good as last week. It's pretty much rinse and repeat.
Fourth up, inside draw, and John McNeil for the fourth up.
He shot out nicely between runs following a forgivable run last up and caught wide without cover. He can rotate up on or close to the speed from that inside gate. The track's probably just okay. Too many weather would be a big concern.
He looks fantastic today, this horse. He's looked a bit big all preparation, but with that jump out between runs, he's as tight as I've seen him. This time round, his coat is magnificent.
5 is 0 good. Ben Allen Stick, she was a beaten favourite at Hillside, second up over 1400. But only crack here over 1600 metres was a fantastic showing, it has to be said, at the Melbourne Cup Country Series final.
Yeah, I think they maybe did that protest the wrong way around. But it just seems to be through self-interest there. Nice return. Peaked on the run second up. Might be ready to produce a peak performance third up. She's got a very strong starting price profile. My little query is whether the performances today haven't necessarily matched her profile and how she's going to go on top to 1600 against this calibre of opposition. But regardless, she's a very nice mare.
She's a really nice mare, and Kevin's done a great job with her. She looks fantastic again today. It's a bit of she's been all preparation. She strips probably 10 or 12 kilos lighter to the eye than what she has done previously with strength, which is what you want to
Cargo's gone. They're really coming this carnival now, for the second straight year. Third last year, ninth for this year, beat 5 behind Regal Agmont, who was a length off 2 starts ago. Swampville, just the meeting on the Anzac Day onwards.
He had a pretty good 2 starts ago in Adelaide. The last time out, a stronger race, he was close to the speed to run on the race, so we're probably giving him that run. It's one of the potential leaders in this race. If he found the best, he can give us off.
He's a star. Obviously, don't know him being in stuff just there, but he's come over here in really good order, which is what you'd expect. He's been pretty good in regards to his attitude. He's just like holding his toes there, but not overdoing it.
Something for updates. Bow here. He's coming off a couple of 1400 metres.
I think you're right, being the Flemington, particularly getting onto a softer track is a big plus for her. If she's close enough at the top of Australia, she's good enough, and I think she can run the proof race here today and wouldn't surprise at all.
Yeah, she settles up really nicely. She's been trending in the right direction on preparation, this girl. She's at peak fitness now. She's always got a lovely attitude. She's beautiful and supple in her action. She's striding out really nicely, so I can see her running up to her best.
8 New York Hurricanes third up. 4 lines tying with that of Chicago Storm.
Yeah, we'll be through the third up. Was well beaten last battle, being the stronger race. Has a $61. The soft track's going to be no issue for him, but we'll need to find a few.
He looks really good, but he usually does this horse. I'm just not quite sure how well he's going. If he's going as good as he possibly could, but he's striding out nicely, ticks all the boxes in regards to fitness and health.
9 is Val Savoy. I mentioned the winner of this race 12 months ago. Different track, different time of year, different stage of preparation. Get the big price if you're interested.
Yeah, you certainly can make a case that she's way over the odds. Soft ground, no issue. She was actually okay late there first up, running some good last 400, good last 200 metres. She was fitter for that run. She was rising in distance, and look, you know what her best. She's good enough that she won this race 12 months ago, so you can make a case that she could be the blowout.
Yeah, looks well in the art too. I do think she's tightened up nicely from her first up run at Sandown. She does everything right. She's got a really good attitude, this girl.
South Australia also represented in the Voters Gold Mile by champion Jack the Lad, who sat between Chicago Storm and New York Hurricane, crossing the line for Group 3.
Yeah, he did. Well beaten. Then we saw him go to a weaker race in Adelaide last 5 and a half. It wasn't improved performance. Might be ready to peak now third up, but look, we'll probably need to improve the game. It's straight break.
Yeah, I think with those comments at the end, I think he's turned out well. He's just a little bit wintry in his coat, but he's very, very healthy there. He's just having a nice little bounce. He's as well as he can be.
The heat of the VRC CRB Winter Championship Series is the Voters Gold Mile. Pinstriped Imperial Lab, Sosie Bond on a couple of occasions. The previous winners of the race now find themselves on the first Saturday of June at Flemington. There's class attached to the Berry.
Yeah, I think it was surprising earlier in the week that he wasn't favourite for the race. I'm not surprised that he is. The clear favourite now in betting. He's come back good as well as he's ever gone. I think the race has been terrific in his 2 runs. Third up on the back up, soft ground, no issue. His best way to horse running on the program today. So I think he's himself his favourite. The concern is that you're having to take odds on is just what he does from the draw. Not sure they'll ride him overly positive, if there are 3 or 4 likely to go forward. And then you find yourself back with a bit of work to do. The horse should get a nice run. It's over the odds of Magnuson. They looked great bit last time out. Give the first up run, and his form was strong with this sort of race. Bridge about definitely improved on a soft track. And hopefully it's pretty promising there. But we're a bit too short with much work that I've come down. We've got something. Jimmy the Bear on top for me, mate. What about you?
Yeah, see them in a very similar way to you there. I've got you there on top. It's just a really cool horse. This you take him to the pub for a review, I reckon, and be his best mate. He's just a really nice animal. He's a really good racehorse too. He's only $7,000 short of earning $1 million, so I think it'd be really deserving if he could get up here today and saddle us up in very similar order to how I saw him last week. And I think he should be very difficult to beat as long as he can get a nice run in transit. Magnus Min, as we touched on, he looks fantastic, this horse, as does O2 Good and Regal Vow. But Jimmy the Bear on top.
We'll try this. That's the largest drift. That's the linear. Should work. It's a queen. 7 is tail. Mountain Yard. One has been scratched, Lewis. There's no one. One is scratched. Two.
Today, but it's not been light for it, but to be honest, there's flags that at the moment dead still. So it's the yard earlier, and it's like red, it's already gone away. So if you were adjusting your wagering due to the predicted normally it's being that 25 30 kilometre range, well, they're not here and they haven't been here so far today. So that's worth keeping in mind because they do back on speed down the straight and circle rate. In terms of who would be going forward, Chicago saw in place. Shark Trade could pick up from an inside barrier. Magnus Fitz could be really prominent.
Sharp would be around Jimmy the Bear O2
As the pace to go forward, see whether they want to do that today. And find the spots.
Chicago Storm just been resettled. They just adjusted based to tighten right up, make all okay for Carly Campbell. Magnus Jimmy the Bear on the back up from last week with his tough
we held the spot, but
O2 Good.
see how this one plays out. Yes, he heavily supported Jimmy the Bear at one stage in betting on Wednesday. He wasn't the favourite of the race. Changed by Thursday, but clearly the favourite deal for $1.95. I think it makes it 49. You have plenty of range, 43 mils, according to where my team plays the better rate. It's got the rate actually goes. Thankfully, you haven't had it anyway, got far.
Having a bit of friendly banter on the kick start, starting to do a form, forecast was good, but I'm so surprised today
Never go the early pro. Should be the bear, the favourite. Cloud building on the horizon. But at the moment, things are relatively pleasant. One of the features on the program Flemington today is the bonus Golden Mile. Jimmy the Bear and his form, Jimmy is your favourite.
Nothing wrong with the crowd there, Bench Boy. 0-2 good moving forward. And we're nearly set to run. Even money for Jimmy. Tactics will be pretty vital here. Bell Savoy to move in and Jimmy the Bear to load. Lotus Gold Mile. Track's played brilliantly. Been a great surface. Now Jimmy the Bear moving in for the informed Thomas Preble. Moves up, Charter at 1. Jack the Lad at 2 and they're set to run. The starter hits the button, they're off. Jimmy the Bear jump reasonably. Regal Vow on the back foot. They're going to settle near the rear, the two big guns of the betting, or two of the more performed horses in the race.
Lewis, you have to ask it with hey Boos. Hey Boos.
4 lengths away, Bell Savoy, New York Hurricane, Jimmy the Bear, Regal Vow last. The speed's on. Magnus Spin spreads them out over plenty of ground, leading the way past Chicago or Chiquita Lodge by a length and a half. In second position, Chicago Storm, 2.5, 0-2 good, 2 lengths sharp for Jack the Lad. 4 lengths.
And make it precise, also say today.
New York
Or give the date.
Regal Vow's last as they near the corner. 800 metres left to run. Magnus Spin in front, looking to go back to back. Leads the way from Chicago Storm. A length and a half, 0-2 good. Jack the Lad singled out from Chartra. A length for the back in the field is Bell Savoy. He came on the bench, New York Hurricane. Jimmy the Bear back second, last 7 or 8 from the lead, and Regal Vow gets onto his back to follow him home. Magnus Spin under pressure. Chicago Storm drew alongside. A length and a half, 0-2 good, who's under no pressure at the moment, running on fast. Has the 2 leaders covered. Then Jack the Lad, Jimmy the Bear running on with Regal Vow, but 0-2 good's got a good lead and picked away. 0-2 good down by the clock tower, led 2.5, 3 lengths. There's no changes. Jimmy the Bear runs to second for Regal Vow. She's a little beauty. 0-2 good, spears to the wire and wins it comprehensively.
5 and 3 Queen.
Jimmy the Bear, Regal Vow. 6 lengths away, Jack the Lad, Bell Savoy, Chicago Storm, Magnus Spin, Chartra well back to New York Hurricane last in. 0-2 good. Travelled by the win of the 2. Now 2 of the photos. Magnus and Fields like what too much. The most emphatic performance. Running 0-2 good. What a great little story.
5 and 3. We got that. 5-3, and it would have 5-3-7 came in. That's a trifecta actually. With the odds. It's actually with the odds a trifecta. 5-3-7, I think. Wow. Jerry, that was brilliant. What happened here is we'll figure out. 3, 4, 5, 7. The previous one was 3, 4, 5, and 7. And this one, they're again going to take the entire day to update, man. We'll take the odds of the next one and we'll see. Ooh. Great. Thank you so much, Jerry, for doing that. Thank you so much. Stay blessed, my friend. Stay blessed. 6. 2, 9, 10, 13. Scratched. Five, 7, 3, 4. 5, 3, 7, and 10. The previous one. So what happened is here 5 and 3, 5 was the linear, 3 was the largest outer drift. You know, here the thing is the drifts, they work. They just have to be in the right position. They just have to be at the right position. On the other tracks where we play, we need to have the drift down here. But here the drift can be anywhere, but the drift works. The drift works. So you have this. And if we look at the result, 5, 3, 7, and 10. 5, 3, 7 was here. That was the second linear, 5, 3, 7, and 10 was up here, the 10, which was here within. It had one side of the rails. Sorry, that was missing because that one got scratched. So 5, 3, 7 here, and then 10. The 10 was the EW, which was here. And was the lowest, 5, 3, 7. So it did work. We'll go to the next, which is the 6th one.
And a fantastic start there with Flemington, well played. He race 5 more for Bill. John, they're on their way to the gates. 1 is Jack's on ice, having a second run today for Shane and Chelsea Kale.
Shared the lead at Bowen Bridge when he was first up. He was a little bit plain in the straight there, but probably not suited the way that race was run. He's got good form on a wet track, but as we get through this field, you'll see that pretty well all these horses are adept on wet tracks.
$20 with Sportsbet, $3.50 for the 3 Grand Maximus.
He won that race back Jackson Ice contested there, which he was strongest to the line when doing so. He came to the Parks track during last winter and was really impressive, winning by over 3 lengths on a track. I rated heavy on that occasion. No problem at all with the wet, fully fit, 4th run this prep. Probably his biggest clue is just where he gets to.
Okay, he has been focused for a lot of the betting, but it's not right at the moment. Colmar is number 4 and $3.10 with Sportsbet.
I'm happy to say this track is a heavy track here today, and I think that is right where Colmar wants it. He's got outstanding form on wet tracks. The wetter the better for him. He was absolutely sensational here, winning on a heavy track when he won the size produce last winter. Super winning first up when he sat outside the lead and came away. The map is good. I expect him to sit outside Jacks on Ice. If he goes like he did first up, I think he would probably win.
Okay, he's $3 with sports, but you did tip the 6 though, John. Delightful Chef.
I did. If I had my chances to tip again on the track that I know is heavy, I would put Colmar on top. But Delightful Sheppy is a horse I have back, and I think he can run well. I think he'll get a good run just behind the speed, and the speed probably won't be too bad. He was a lot better last up than his previous run. He was only beaten a length and a half or so by Lovely Looking. Softly run race is not a bad one to be backing up 7 days later.
Okay, so he's $5 in from $11 with sports bet. On the backup as well, the 7 Starlight Valley from the Lovely Looking race.
Yeah, she was a similar run to Delightful Sheppy. She was solid to the line, probably not in the 8 round there in the home straight. She, like many others here, has got good form on rain and affected tracks. She's hard and fit and has got the forklift to help her.
Okay, number 8 for race 5, the stablemate of Jacks on Ice.
Another horse who's very adept on wet tracks. He's never won on a good rated track. He really needs the sting out of the ground. He ran first up behind Eroica on that track. I thought was pretty further Murray Bridge, and I don't think he appreciated that. He had really consistent form last winter. He gets a track to conditions to his liking. He was very big odds early. He's been absolutely smashed.
The 11, Serendipity.
Serendipity, 1,250 metres, I reckon, might be at the extent of her distance range. She's probably the only one in the race I've got a query about on the wet. She's only had one run on a track I thought was a genuine wet track, and she performed below par. Last start, she was fair behind Eroica. She held ground well in a race that was a bit of a sprint home, but I'm just a little bit worried about the wet and the distance for her.
Speaking of the wet, it's arrived again and it's cleaned out the mountain yard. We've probably had 100 people that they've waited for this race to be run, but they have all now dashed for cover. And look at the wind as well, John.
Yeah, the wind just got right up. Colmar's probably circling around behind the gates with a big smile on his face. He would be absolutely loving these conditions. My numbers here, Delightful Sheppy from Colmar, Great Maximus and Starlight Valley. If I had a chance to put my tip together specifically for a heavy track, Colmar is the best wet tracker in the race.
Gold Coast side going 6, 4, 3 and 7. Some numbers for Mark Matthews going 4, 3, 7 and 6. He does have Colmar on top. Colmar favourite $2.80 right now. 3 Great Maximus at $3.60. And then you've got number 6, Delightful Sheppy on the third line of betting. These runners are about to start loading away. Augusta racing tomorrow, and then on Monday we're racing a smaller. Next week for you and I, John, will be at Mount Dampier on Wednesday.
Great, we might be looking for wet tracks as well down there. I haven't seen how much rain Mount Gambier's had the last couple of days, but most parts of SA are popping plenty. And yeah, the last couple of weeks, we had gotten right over the rains come back. We're probably expecting to be for the rest of the afternoon.
Race 5.
$5 back out to $5.50. The Guava had some support, quite a big penny to $6 for the Guava. It's second up today. Starlight Valley is $10. Serendipity $13. Jacks on Ice is $17. 3 to load up here. Colmar, Serendipity, and the rival is Starlight Valley. Colmar jumps forward. Jacob Opperman in the saddle. Starlight Valley and Serendipity complete the line. Colmar just having a little think about it. If they get it in. Wow, the wind has really picked up here. And if you are tuning in, it's a headwind in a straight. I was listening to the interview in the last race of Woody Ryder. Said the winner just felt that headwind for a moment, so I thought it was stopping to pick up again. Just bear that in mind. Serendipity goes in. They're going to earn their money in this job. Colmar, 290, 370, Great Maximus, 550, Delightful Sheppy, Starlight Valley yet to load. Mike's been turned on road. Slider will hop back in the eye. We'll be set to go. And strong winds and heavy rain. Colmar the favourite. This is race 5, Morpheville Parks. Set to go, lead ropes out the back. Light flashing away. Any moment. Ready, racing. Starlight Valley slung shot out of the machine. Straight to the lead by about 3/4. Delightful Sheppy. Jacks on Ice lobs into third deep now. Colmar's very wide. I think the rider's going to press on with it there, Opperman. Then came Serendipity, the Guava, and Great Maximus. The second elected to market as last and 6 off the leader. So Jack's on Ice in front. Colmar has had to do a bit of work out 3 deep as Jack's on Ice can't quite cross there. Now does so. Delightful Shecky went to third. Then Starlight Valley, Serendipity, Great Maximus, and the Guava last of all, but they're jammed up like Nuremberg. 3.5 lengths would spare the field at the 600. Jack's on Ice in front. Colmar has done a ton of work to Fancy on the outside. Down low, Starlight Valley, Delightful Shecky right there. Lots of chances in this. Then came Serendipity, the Guavas hunted up behind them, and Great Maximus only 2 off the top. They span across the track now at the 300. Here's a race on. Jack's on Ice, Delightful Shecky. Down low, Starlight Valley. Colmar's gone. Serendipity winding up the Guava. And here's Great Maximus storming home. Starlight Valley in front from Jack's on Ice, Serendipity. Great Maximus is charging with the Guava. Starlight Valley in front. Great Maximus charging home. Great Maximus, Starlight Valley. Great Maximus, I think. Maybe Great Maximus to Starlight Valley. The outside had momentum, then the Guava, Serendipity.
Kiss me. Not too many to be loaded in here. Here's Torvecchio. $9 chance. Miss Lottie, the favourite, is.
It's Swan Hills anyway. We'll go to the next, which is race number 6 here at Flemington. It's a 1600 meter quality, and I'll just open the other side, the race card. 5734. So 5734 is the odds that we're getting through the odds. If we look through the rails, it's like that. All right, out of which 3 and 6 are within the rails. The rest, everything is outside the rails. The 1 is touching the roof, and 7 is the linear. The 5 is the favorite. Now, honestly, I don't know what that 5 is going to do. I have no clue. It's one of many horses which are there. It is not the biggest drift. It is the second biggest drift. It is the second biggest drift. If we look through the drift, so here is the linear. Here is the second biggest drift. The 6 is the biggest drift. And these two are neutral. This is the largest outer. And that's how things are. So I don't know what that will do exactly. I have no clue. Now, so if we look at what happened here is, the 1600 meter, this is also a gift that is rechecked time and again with Randwick and Flemington, that two of the horses in a 1600 meter or a 1400 meter will have to be the BBs. You'll have to have, mostly 2 of the horses will come from this particular line, BBs. And here, the last race, we've seen all 3 of them getting in, apart from 7, which came in third. So here we have these guys, all right. The 1600 meter, this is where we are. So honestly speaking, I don't like neutrals, but neutral is here, and that's that part of the story. Neutral is here, and it is with one of the best jockeys on a 1600 meter, though it is coming from gate number 13. But that's more or less the thing is like, and these 2 are also there. Now, if we look at the spell, the highest spell is on this horse, which is also got the highest advantage, but it has done nothing in its life. So probably it'll get there as a third or fourth or something. It also doesn't have this side of the rails, but it doesn't need this side of the rails. This can go from anywhere. This thing can go from here, here, anywhere. This thing can just do the menace. So this thing is like that. That's the largest drift. The linear is here, which has challenges with the physics. So I don't know if that'll win. These two are within the rails, and that's that part of the story. And then we also have the one which is touching the roof, and then we have the same number that we had on that 2. You see that 2? Where is that 2? 2? No, not this 2. 1 1600 meter 1. We had a 2 with 20. Where is that? Here is the 2 with the 20, which actually won the 1400 meter that we were so angry about. How did that happen? So we have that 20 again back here on 1. 61 by 43. It has advantage. It is not that it doesn't have advantage. It lacks this side, but it is touching the roof. It's incomplete physics, but it has physics. These two have better physics, but this is from gate number 13 and a neutral. This is the largest drift. The linear is from here. It is, I don't know whether the linear will win. I don't have a clarity in this one. I don't know. The best is, I think, since the 6 is not there within the odds, I will go with an EW on 6 because of the physics and since it is a drift. But the drift here is from gate number 5. All right, let's look at the supporting gate. So gate number 5, where is gate number 4? So gate number 4, you see, that is the second linear. This is how it is always placed. It is either this guy or this guy. One of the linear will support this every time. If we talk about the larger one, then if the larger outer drift is bigger than this is not bigger than this one. So if this was bigger, it'll always have a match with the gates. So this thing is a check. The 14 is a check. All right, that thing is a check, and that 1 is definitely a check. I don't know what will happen, but out of all the circus that is going on here, I don't have a, I would love to step out of this. I don't have a clarity. I don't know which one will win. I have nothing. This thing needs, this has to be a match. Now the match is here. This thing cannot deliver. Last time, this was a match. This can deliver. This thing cannot deliver. It is here. So chances of this is also very slim. It is not that it is a great idea. Chances of this is very slim. So but that's the only one which is there with a little bit of physics going on, and the other one is the neutral, the 13, which is in good hands. I don't know this actually. I'd like to step out of this. We'll listen to what they have to say about one, and I'll also see what.
Right, that's an Australian witness. Yeah, hit the line really strongly last start, dropping back to 1,600 metres against his own age. Drops in weight after the playing. He does go for Jack Mellon to an apprentice, a little query there, but I think he has to be one of the leading chances.
He's always easy to like from the yard point of view. One, he's a really nice fight, two, he's well prepared. His coat's still in unbelievable order this time of year, and he's fighting up beautifully like he usually does. I could see him running another one here.
For moving now, States were in the Port Adelaide, having the member of Athanatos, no less. That was 4 runs back when by the champions, and then the FA Derby. And then 3 weeks between runs, dropping back to 1,550.
Yeah, good effort, wasn't it, to go from South Australia W. He's never a lot of luck, and then outsprint the rivals off his slow speed back in distance. Look, he was wide no cover in that South Australian Derby. He brings a completely different form, and if that Sandown race is the right form, then all of a sudden he's a huge contender.
He looks well, this horse. He's a really relaxed kind of a character. He doesn't have a base mark on him, what he's usually like, but to come over in really good order. He's a neat type of an athlete. His attitude's been great the whole time he's been in the yard.
5 years King of Enterprise. Was in the saddle at the beginning of the preparation in a packet of benchmark 64. He then stayed at that track back and to win as a short price favourite, went to the bull, delivered once again as a short price favourite, and then didn't have a great still like a couple of weeks ago to his right.
I was quite surprised that it took so long for the market to be keen on him. Look, I know there's 25 cents he shifted up and down the race, but he was the best part of double figures yesterday. Look, I thought he was travelling better for Detroit City before never getting clear last time out. He only ran the 8 sparks his last 200 of the race, but the spark of the last 100 metres, so it backs up what you saw in your eye that he was desperately unlucky. I think the white horse potentially a positive for him. He was really well back last start off the previous 2 victories, which were very good, and I like his chances here today if he gets the race run soon.
He looks awesome in the IFN. I think he's in A1 condition. He's got peak fitness. I think I like most about him is the way that he moves. You can see how powerful he is and how effortlessly he takes every single stride. He does that on the racetrack too. I think the team that's got him here is in as good an order as he can be.
Gate 1 of its part 3 starts a little bit further out today. Not sure if John McNeil will need to produce the wind current paint scraper that produced the victory here 3 weeks ago.
He appeared to appreciate soft ground there last round, recorded that upset win. He has beaten a couple of his key rivals. He does map for a similar run today, and I don't think 1,600 is a negative for him.
No, he's another one that looks like he wants this kind of a distance game. He looks like a 2,000 metre horse when you see him there. His coat is unbelievable. You still see double weight through his main quarters. But this time of year, he's obviously a horse in unbelievable.
7 taken, 1 is passed through the most recent at.
And he beat his 2 main rivals in betting last time out. He might have a clear tactical advantage over those 2 main rivals again. He does beat them worse at the weights, and he did have a lot in his favour last night. I thought the effort was pretty good. He was tough, and I like where he's going to back today.
It's been pretty good the whole time he's been in the yard. He's just getting a little bit antsy there now that Bo's got on board, but he can do that a little bit. He's in A1 condition. He's been racing really consistently. He's been turned out consistently.
8 Kitching is back to 1,600 second up. As was for a Valley win in November.
Yeah, he'll be fit a second up. Let this come off. Look, the soft seems a little query, but was well beaten last round by a couple of rivals.
He's always got a bit of a soft spot for this horse. I think he's a really good type and he moves very well. So I always seem to like him from the yard. Needs to just improve a little bit off that first up effort, but he has won second up before.
9 and 10 are out. I would probably go towards the 11th hour ball.
He looked the winner last start. But he did seem to have a little bit of a think about it. He dropped 6.5 kilos with the rise in class. This is obviously stronger. He has been very good form for leading down the 2-year-olds.
He's looking along well, this horse. He looks healthy again. His coat's beautiful, striding out in his typical fashion. So I could see him running a similar race.
Paul Peru needing to have some of the promise of the spring of the 2-year-old.
Much better for the first run for Lindsay Parker Packet. If he does drop 6 kilos, that's offset by a rise in club. I think he needs to improve.
He's naturally quite a big barrel horse, this, so I do expect him to have taken improvement out of that run that happened recently. So I think he might even strip a little bit fitter, but he always just naturally carries that that bit of weight around its middle.
14 Momet's got the maiden out of the way, Cranbrook. Yeah, sprinted hard off a slow speed to win the maiden there from last time out. So there was quite a bit of merit to the performance. Might be even better suited rising in distance, being like Piero. It dropped 5.5 kilos with the rise of the class, but that did look a pretty moderate maiden and hitting a much stronger race.
I haven't seen him before, but he's saddled up looking really well here, and he's never too far away when you look at him in his form. He does need to take this natural progression here in what's a pretty even race with some horses that are probably doing
Lee, welcome back.
Yes, up close to a fast speed there last start of packet. It was tired late. Drops 5 kilos, which one of the potential leaders in the race, but would need to likely produce a clear new career.
I see him in a similar way as well that I do at the moment.
Dawn, Hayes and Broadway, about to run a group one of Kingston.
And I'll be out. I've got nothing on this. I don't know. I'll be out.
Darren Galley Mile, what it certainly was, country racing in Victoria for some 15 years. He is sorely better scurrying numbers for a sixth event. Yeah, well,
It's scattered all over. It's God knows how this thing is going to play.
Program. Brings some different form. Maybe who's with the other.
I'm with you, Ben, so hopefully we're both really clever. King of Enterprise on top of me. I thought he looked super. I'm with you, King of Enterprise on top of the arms.
Runners arriving at the barrier. Now, moments over there, Royal Hill and 2 Rain down behind the gate. So 2 is King of Enterprise, Detroit City, and Yalding. Taken, Yalding taken over there at the start. Royal Hill moments taken. Snoopy now, Sue Rain.
And all in on Jolie. 11.
John Suck with us and enjoying the interview. I think Detroit City on the infield screen here at Flemington ahead of the Darren Gully Bowl.
11 went Eagle Farm. That is Eagle Farm.
Campaign now, but looks great. What's made you happy enough to sort of keep that campaign rolling?
Sydney Spoils Bill.
This Winter Series present. Yes, but we've also been species runs, so we've been sort of wary of hopefully longevity with him. So yeah, just showing no time to home.
Moments she could also move in around Darbowl.
What a soft rep for the
LD.
I wish we preferred him instead stop 5, but I think he'll handle it as long as it's nice and sure underfooting. He shouldn't find it too much of a problem. One of Luke's tasks are really well to do in this start. That's been up in how it comes. Yeah, I've no luck with Barry in the last couple of starts. So he's pretty versatile.
111. One has a strong chance. And it is a Kiwi horse, John. One is touching the roof. I don't know if that'll make a lot of difference because it lacks one side. And the other one is 11. 11. God knows what will happen. The racing books in India is quite similar to that. It's only smaller.
But they're loaded away nicely. King of Enterprise to run the well-supported favourite for the Darren Galley.
Up to the barrier stalls now is Snoopy now from Murray Bridge. Moments to get set. The Darren Galley Mile. passing away just very recently. It was a hugely popular figure in racing circuits. Sorely missed. Now bowl to move in, looked the winner, and still looked the winner. But it got beat a bit ago. Royal Hill moves in, Zoo Rain set. So Detroit City to come up with Narbold and with Billy set. $4 the field. King of Enterprise is the favourite, looking to turn the tables on a few rivals here after no luck last start.
4-win Flemington.
Detroit City to be the last. Comes to the back of the gate.
It's got one Group 1 race. That's for sure. It's a good one.
Lights on. Good line. Starter says go. They're off. King of Enterprise on the back foot at no speed. Detroit City fast out. Kaching from Zoo Rain and taken. Snoopy now. Royal Hill wide going forward over Noah Boulder. There followed by Peru on the bench. Only wanting to cut. Big Mount Detroit
7
City,
is the linear.
2 lengths away. King of Enterprise. Fairly compact as they sort their order out, and Taken goes on with the job and Spears to the front. Royal Hill moved up second outside Kaching. Zoo Rain run of the race and length away from Narbold. Snoopy now. 3 wide can't get in. They're followed by Yaldi, moments well back. And then came Detroit City, one of the favourites, and the favourite is last of all King of Enterprise. As they come down the side of the track now, heading up towards the 850, front runner is Taken.
What is that 15 doing there?
On Royal Hill, a length away on the fence is Kachik. Zoo Rain's had a great run. Narbold moving around Peru from out deep. Snoopy now. Moments back on the bench, Yaldi. Second last is Detroit City, and King of Enterprise has it all to do, sneaking up on the inside. They come around the bend. 550 metres left to run. Taken straight from the leader from Royal Hill. A length away, Kachik to the outside, Zoo Rain. Then came Peru Narbold. Snoopy now, well back is moments. Detroit City to the outside, and King of Enterprise needs to lift. Taking the front runner, going well, down by the 250. Kachik over 2 lengths away. Yaldi the fence, Narbold, Detroit City running on with Zoo Rain. Taken's got a full head of steam as well clear. Taken leads with 100 metres to go from Kachik.
7, 8.
Taken spears to the wire. 3 lengths Kachik, third moments. A nose in front of the Detroit City and King of Enterprise. The Yaldi Narbold Zoo Rain. Snoopy now, Peru, and Royal Hill last in.
Wins repeated 0-2 good
With the front. Wheel dictated 6 and
7, 8.
Better of the race.
So quite the level.
Favourite Favourite and King of Enterprise. And Detroit City got well back, but the other favourite was right on the money.
Well, and they know how to carry.
And for those who went down earlier after looking at the winner, big price, Michael King Jr. in the second place, 3 out of 4 this term with a very good second part. First run back, it's really gone to another level this prep. Handles the mile beautifully. Second, Kaching, third moments, a millimetre in front of Detroit City and a half well away, King of Enterprise. He was being strapped up, coming down the side, get into the race, and he only got well enough weight to Destiny Mind for a bit longer, and he just gave away 2 big stars. He went well back after the Enterprise from that wide. No doubt about the winner. Taken goes on to win it 7, 8, 14, 3. 7, 8, 14, 3. 136.58 the time. The winner of the race taken by
7, 8, 14, 3. So, this becomes tricky here. Why? Because that 7 was the linear, alright, and the 8 was the largest outer. We were thinking about the inner, but we could not find a match on the inner, which was here. This was the largest outer, 8. This was gate number 2, and 7 was gate number 8. There's no match, but these guys are technologically very strong to do this. These guys are technologically very strong to do this. That's the largest outer drift. If we had a little bit inclination or a clue, or even if this thing was within the rails, You know, maybe 7, 8, 14 and 3. 14 was where? 14, okay. 14 we had spoken about, and then 3. So this support did not work actually. It nailed this one. It basically nailed this one, the 8. Nailed this one. I had a feeling it is going to be very bad. Lee did not say that golden line that Lee used to say. Lee usually says, something bad will happen. I had a very, very strong feeling something bad will happen now. So I stepped out. Yeah, 3 went 4th. Anyway, we'll go to the next 7. No scratching. 13, 12, 1 and 9.
Thank you.
Coming up on the Park Street here today. John, the track now at heavy 8.
Track is a heavy 8. We've had more shower activity before the previous race, and yeah, it's going to be wet trackers from here on. 2 Royal Mile. Yeah, it's just looking at that best rate from 1,308 days since last win by Royal Mile. He's a very smart young horse. He was just fair first up at Murray Bridge behind Great Maximus. He's had good form in the wetland.
Jeff Safiro's shaking a treble on Exalted Fire.
Exalted Fire find the front here. There's not much exposed speed in this race, and Exalted Fire is also very adept on wet tracks. He's won 5 races on significantly rain-affected tracks. His recent form is patchy, though.
$16 with sports there. $2.50 in farm with his 4 Tony Treasure.
Super consistent mare, and she's building a good record with 5 wins and 4 second placings from 16 race starts. Ran well behind Snoopy now, who just out-sprinted her last start at Murray Bridge. Never been on a significantly rain-affected track, but trialled well on a heavier straight.
6 the Golden Fist got the job done here in the last bound last Saturday, John.
The Golden Fist, he's a hard bit horse who continues to race well. He hasn't run a bad race this prep, and he's had 10 runs in the preparation. Got a deserved win last time. I think a wet track is in his favour.
He's $4 with sports betting, certainly turned up. $6.50 for the 7 Annihilate.
Can mix his form, but he was super when he needed to be in a $100,000 race 2 starts ago. Gee, he sprinted well that day. He's got some handy enough form on wet tracks. He's only had 2 goes on tracks I rated heavy. They've been okay. He has one on a track slightly better than that.
At a similar price, the 8 under the cone.
Oliver Cone's got to come back slightly in trip after racing over 1,800 metres his last couple. He's been racing honestly. He's just found one better the last 3 runs he's had, but he is honest. No real form on wet tracks, but hasn't really had many opportunities.
9 Cruise Missile, a recent addition to the Michael Hickmott stable.
He will get through the going Cruise Missile. He's by Savabeel, most of the progeny like it, and he has run second in a close photo on a Warrnambool heavy, so that should hold him in good stead here. He's had one run in South Australia at Murray Bridge. That was a pretty firm track. He did nothing there.
And number 5, John, Call Me Vexatious, which is clearly the outsider.
He did absolutely nothing first up over 1,600 metres, and he will need probably about 800 metres further than this, I would think.
The late scratching for this event was the man's man. It was part of your numbers as well, John, but your numbers, you left with 4, 6, 8.
Yeah, it's quite an even race. So I've got Tani Treasure on top. A little query on the west, but she's a really honest mare and a genuine mare, and I'd probably be happy enough to back her to get through it. The Golden Fist has had a fantastic prep. He's got good form. The only chance he's found rain-affected ground, and I'm sure that he'll be somewhere in the finish. Hard fit horse with a claim on a 7-day backup who likes the wet. And horse number 8 I've got now is 3rd place in Under the Cone. So in what is quite an easy race, if I had to put another number in my next pick in my markets, would be number 7, Annihilate. So the tempo on this race is very minimal. Exotic Fire's still one of the outside gates, but I'll probably leans in across the field and leading. Maybe Tani Treasure, Rochelle Mills will be confident to try to avoid being too far back in the race, because horses like the Golden Fist of Annihilate under the Cone, I'm guessing will be getting back in the field, and Rochelle on the favourite might be thinking she's best played 7 in the first 2 or 3.
And John Bevan sitting there in the south third, so you heard us chatting about the fact we're going to John. No, we had 25 meals yesterday. We've already had 10 meals today. That's all coming. So, John needs to get in track.
Thank you very much, Sam. That sounds nice. It's about a rainfall around 25 mils in the day there at Mount Gambier. What I often say about that Mount Gambier track is when it is significantly rain affected, it seems always to be a very safe habitat. They just sink down into it, get quite gloomy, but they don't keep up too much there. So I'd be pretty confident that the racing will be okay, but unless we get another deal for it.
Swan Hills, you can see them in the yard there. They'll be looking at the gates there shortly. Just on Tony Treasure, the favourite here, John, trained by Peter Hardacre. He had first down run 2nd in the Thoroughbred at Swan Hill yesterday. Of course, he won the race 4 months ago.
Great run by Grandstand. He just found one of them, but he did a bit of work in the run. He was posted a shade wide for the first half of the race, so it was really game. Good to see him back to something that was very close to the best point.
This year, the race number 6, good luck to play the quad here at Porterville.
The rest of 2 here has Exalted Fire and Cruise Missile. Last couple coming in. Tani Treasure in under the cone, the last one. Line about to be complete. Race 6 here at Porterville Parks over the 1550. Benchmark 76, ready to run. Light flickers. Stand by. Tani Treasure the favourite. Racing. Pretty good line out too. Tani Treasure hopped out nicely, goes straight to the lead. Royal Miles putting some pressure on it out wide, and Cruise Missile down low, and Exalted Fire now bursting through to take it up. Back in 5th was Annihilate, then Under the Cone. Further back then was the Golden Fist, second last, and the outsider of the field, Call Me Vexatious, is last and 10 off the leader. So they've worked an order out now. Cruise Missile holds the rail, leads by about a long neck to Exalted Fire as the leader's a bit fired up with the mouth open. Back in 3rd position there was Annihilate on the inside. Just in front of it, improving Tani Treasure, then Royal Mile. 1.5 further back, Under the Cone, the Golden Fist. Call Me Vexatious still last and 8 off the leaders. So they work down the side now, and Cruise Missile holds the lead now at the 800 by a neat length to Exalted Fire. Tani Treasure's posted deep on the outside of Annihilate, who's 3/4 just in front of it now. Then Royal Mile, 1.5 Under the Cone to the Golden Fist, and Call Me Vexatious too far last of all. They swing up towards the corner now, 450, thereabouts left to run. Cruise Missile in front. From Exalted Fire, Annihilate's been felt for already. Then Tani Treasure Under the Cone, Royal Mile. Further back to Golden Fist, and forget Call Me Vexatious. Homeward bound, 300 left to run. Cruise Missile about to pull the trigger. Leads by about 2 lengths to Annihilate, who's giving chase. Then Exalted Fire and Under the Cone, 150 out. Cruise Missile still going well at the moment. 2 or 3 clear of Annihilate, Exalted Fire and Under the Cone, but Cruise Missile bolts in. Wins by about 4 or 5. Photo the Miners, 3-way go. Tani Treasure, Royal Mile. They were pretty prominent. Then Exalted Fire, Under the Cone, the Golden Fist.
Okay, this is the 7th one here. It's a 2000 meter. Benchmark 100. If you look through the odds, it's 13, 12, 1 and 9. If you look through the rails, we get the 13 on top with all the physics. So that's the second linear actually. The first linear is 9, which is here. That's that. If we look for the support on this, then we need to look for the drift. The largest drift is this guy, which is Mr. Horse from gate number 13, 11, 13. They have one, which is from gate number 12, is an 8-year-old gelding, which is there within the odds. Both of them are dicey. This Mr. Horse may run, may not run. God knows what he will do. And this 8-year-old gelding, I don't know what it will do. So that 13 is standalone. If you look on this, that's gate number 5. If you look for the largest drift, that is still this one. But the inner drifts, which is this one, 1. Which is again an 8-year-old. But 13 is okay. 13 is like one of the BBs. It's a 2000 meter. The linear, but generally up till 2000 meters, the linears will get it. The linear will get it. This linear is out of physics, so we will not talk about this. This one is the second one, which is pretty much neat as one of the best jockeys. Is one of the BBs, the best BB actually. That's the best BB. That's the best BB. And what else do we have? Good one. There's no problem. I don't think there is a problem. But what are the other possibilities that might happen? So within the rails, we got the 12 here. It doesn't have this side, but this doesn't need this side. This is an EW, so it can run from anywhere. So can this one, which is gate number 7. This one can also do the same thing that this thing can do. And this is 91/3. So yeah. 2 of the best hands are these 2. So 3, 8. I don't know. 13 looks good. Probably 13 will get it. I'm going to go on a. I win bet. Okay, maybe. Lewis, Chris Eagle. I need to.
Albanian icon, and he would beat in 3rd. 4th placing in the race was Ancho, and it was followed in turn along the inside by Q Bella and a deck of Sports Idol running 6th at the 800. Missy Spike on the rails from Dashing Donkey. It was only Kiss coming through in the middle from Shall Exceed Design to Bait. Little Birdie still absolute. Coming up to the 600 metres though, and Bywaters Road is the front runner. It's going to corner in fairly narrowly from Albanian Icon. Leader comes well off the rails. Here would be next. Missy Spike stayed right down on the fence. Then it was only a Kiss threading away through. Little Birdie's got to the extreme outside, starting to run on strongly with Sports Idol. as Ancho moves up to tackle Bywaters Road. Little Birdie's getting a real wriggle on the outside. Ancho from Bywaters Road. Little Birdie and Shellac Feed has got to the outside and is swamping them. Shellac Feed right down the outside, a local win over Little Birdie. Third's tight Bywaters Road. Or Ancho in front of Designs of 8 Dashing Donkey. It was only a kiss. They're followed next in the race then by Albanian Icon. Mrs. Pike. Here with me, Sports Arnold, Hugh Miller. LHC, Barley, second winner of the day, through the outside, went back, got to the extreme outside in the home straight, and then he swamped them. Local win, Tom Kelly, Owen Sonic, a couple of legends, R. Reed, Seaford, and Jill Sadler, Neil Farley with his second winner of the day, a local win. Tom Kelly's been a beauty since joining the stable. Run over the top of the favourite, Little Birdie. Linda Beach for Buster Little Young, a 4-year-old babe here by Seamus Award. Total Art. One's going to run third, Ancho. Next to K of Gerald Egan.
Benchmark 100 over 2,000 metres, the 2025 country achiever Eric Musgrove. The 3-year-old winner, one was non-conformist. It's 2 looks at the Flemington 2,000 metres winner. They'll be the Australian Cup. That's the started favourite. One of them was close enough to it. A little bit stronger late in the first half. The race, super price. He's got prepared by an elite stable. One is the soft around, but
He looks unbelievable now. I really caught my eye when walking and I had to look down and refer to who it was. Can't believe how well he looks. Absolutely spot on in regards to his fitness. His coat's beautiful. Lots of ticks.
To Samarco has his second Australian run for Kirima. It was good late first up. He was through further. He suited rising in distance. I guess the query is whether he needs one more and further.
He looks great. I feel like he's come to hand pretty nicely and pretty quickly. I quite liked him on debut at Sandown. I thought he's a really nice type of horse. He's definitely one that I'm watching going forward.
Similar story to the 3 Artican debuting was a month or is a month between runs. Popped up and caught them behind the business.
Yeah, he likely needed the run first up off a long break. He'll probably need this and another run or two and further, I think.
I do think his trip's fitter today. He's just having a nice little bounce, feeling pretty good within himself. I think his fitness is pretty much there now, though.
4 is horrifying. The assist chocolate still to run later on this afternoon. Top Rebels in the saddle was a winner first up over 2,000 metres here on heavy in July last year.
It's got a strong Flemington record. It's 2 from 2 at the track and distance. The wet track's no issue. The jump out suggests he might improve if the run has done his first up record. What about the Yardo?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. At his age and stage, I think the weight's probably just going to stick to him a little bit more like it does to human beings and to horses, but it's a nice, healthy return.
Since the virtuous circle, who won this race last year to the Beltoro Silence Ring Day, he's dropping back from the round.
Yeah, he's well been in his last couple of starts at the stage. I just wonder, look, has he been lacking the race fitness? I'm not sure. He should be getting close to fitness now. Stop track's a big positive.
He is. He's fit well under 50, Ben. I'm not quite sure how well it's going.
6, Matt Ram, the boil over at Flemington specialist, down for 2,000 metres for the first time in a little while.
Yeah, with upset winner of Flemington 2 starts to go before 4 runs Sandown. He gets back to the seat of his last 4 victories. Flemington's a real team beater.
He looks excellent, this horse. Could not be in any better physical shape.
7 is Rolls, winner of the ball for the third time. 2 back, in the wake of Macram.
Yeah, he was wide no cover last start, and he can roll forward here. The soft tracks are positive. He's one that would shock me if he wanted a nice price.
No, I love to look on his face. This horse is really easy to the whole time that he's been in the yard. He could seem really, really happy to be here. I'm sure the team would have been hoping for a little bit more rain, but hopefully it's got nothing.
HAR is a 2,000 metre Flemington specialist, and that includes winning a benchmark 84 at that trip at his meeting 2 years ago.
Yeah, tracking distance specialist that was off a 5-week progression last start at Caulfield. Always saved his best for this tracking distance. He maps for a soft run behind the lead. I think it's a big price. It's double figures.
Yeah, I think
Nice Townsend brought south by Gaywater House made spot and will be getting fitter after testing the $500,000 post for Gosford.
Yeah, look, he looks the likely leader in the race. I think that's why the market's gravitating towards him. He might now be ready for the step up to 2,000 metres third up, and he was placed for a 1 level for 2-year-old soft ground, so shouldn't be an issue.
He looks well. He's got quite a striking coat on in this horse with the flecks of grey through like this midsection there. It's not uncommon for progeny of Dunville to have that through their tail, but he's actually got it on over his rib cage. It presents excellent order.
10 King Frankel, a big price on debut for Rachel.
Yeah, David, the new stable and likely on a path to a new career over the obstacles, which his last win was February 2023, so I'd rather see him today.
I'd have to line him up and set Soleil the way that he's getting out there. It looks like he's got a few tricks as well. Strip's good, yeah, I'm sure that he's going to be based on a jumping campaign, but good for the team to get to know him here.
Now it's time for the 11th Fame's third up run.
Yeah, third fastest last 200 of the race second up at Fleminton. He suited rising distance third up. He could improve sharply without surprising.
He's good, consistent parade from a nice fit horse.
12, you find came second pack at Flemington.
The second part, last 200 of the race, last start, the race was dominated by the leader. He suited right distance. Look, like he hasn't won in a long time, but his racing pattern is probably the main reason for that. He's good enough to bet.
Yeah, definitely. He gets a tick from the yard. He always looks good. This horse, he hasn't won for 590 odd days now, but he looks very good.
13, Liberty, Relish, 1800. Maybe here, why not?
Well back, he made back-to-back wins last time out. He's just racing in terrific form. He's unlike not having even been a record or a wet ground. He should have won one day on Sandown on empty ground. He does rise in class, and he just has to maintain that brilliance in turn and put out the 2,000 metres. I think he's capable of doing it, but he's going to need the right ratio, but he's short enough to find out.
It's a bit of a gift with the no weight on his back, isn't it? He gets him very, very well. Horses are super. He's looked excellent all preparation. The team has been training him beautifully.
Interested in the comments here.
Last 200 of the race, second up, that was behind Macro. We haven't won it a long time, but he's a previous strategist.
I've always really liked this horse as a type. He's very good looking. I do think this is the fittest that I've seen in all preparations.
15 and Rules Under Radar looks very well suited on a few fronts. Might have been even more suited an hour if the rain comes.
Yeah, look, he ran the fastest last 200 metres of the race, coming from last in a race dominated by the leader last time out. So he does look ready to produce a peak performance third up. Might be to win. He does ride him fast though. And while he has had genuine excuse in his 2 runs of 2,000 metres, to take $8 a bit fast, you've got to tick that box.
I think it's a gift, him at the weight as well. This is McLean here on and with an apprentice is riding very well. He gets him at 50 kilos on his back. He's been trending really nicely down, and I think that he's peaked run of the race here.
Then your top 4 for the Eric Musgrove.
I think it's a big price each way here for Shea. He was pretty good, I thought, at Caulfield last round, albeit having every opportunity, but the key to him is getting to his favourite track distance. If you get a soft running behind the speed, he can run really well here on that play basis. Slivermead's a great hope, but he can be short enough given that he's riding good road. He's still took that 2,000 metre box. Non-good form is just really that's a bit too soft, but he is good enough to win this race behind the like bets. And the foreign monster ready to Shea each way to me on top at the price. And what about you?
Very even mounting out this, about 8 or 9 horses got a tip from the yard for me, but I can't go past on performance. I thought he looked absolutely awesome when he walked into the yard. He really made me turn my head and have a really good look at him. I don't think the team could have him looking any better than what he does today. So hopefully he handles these soft track conditions, because I feel like the team have got him primed for today. A couple of those other horses that did look very well are Macram, Shayar, Liberty and Zilla Parker Radar.
Adrian Joyce is with us. Big hour or so for Robbie Livingston. Over 2,000 metres. I only wish to come. Good for me to talk about ahead of the Eric Musgrove. In your time in the operation, is it a guy you sort of cast the eye on and thought 2,000 metres at some stage for years?
Definitely, really. It's the lane and it's back and it's got it from.
It's the plan in regards to race setup.
Right of Denver, driving through way up and then relax and then to the air.
They deliberately down to the start, down with the push.
Almost ideal ground to handle their head last up.
Yeah, the track rolls.
Oh, you hear me, might as well get a word on the filly who's out to 2,000 metres a little bit later on. You know, I only wish her chances.
Yeah, she's really good form. Back her up or something there, back her up. She was really well. And very happy.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the next away here for the 2025
Chamber.
That's great. Racing.
I can't go with 13 EW, so I'll go with 13. Yeah, 13.
wrong to pick up the
I couldn't find anything else, though it doesn't have a lot of support. But
Non-conformist back in the scene.
John Seville.
Blaming of 2023. His old form, he'd probably carry these. Townsend moving forward, Fame getting set. Arda Khan, King Frankel, Virtuous Circle, San Marco and Horrifying. The track specialists, he and Mac Ram, they love Flemington. This is their track. So we're pretty close. Euphoric and Ruakaka rated down the bottom have all had good support in a very open race outside of Libreville, who rules at $2.90. Just need a bit of race shape and run along tempo. Virtuous Circle moves in, Horrifying Artican to get ready. And King Frankel will be the last to move in. It's $301. The bolter of the field.
And there's this great...
King Frankel moving in. Country Achiever, Eric Musgrove. Well done, Eric. All set. Good solid field to do that, and Libreville the fave. They're off. Libreville
Run, baby.
field. Flash feeling from Roll, Shayar and Townsend, improving Euphoric and King Frankel off the track over Fame. Libreville out 4 and 5 wide around Arda Khan, pushing up Mac Ram, easing Ruakaka Raider. They're followed by Virtuous Circle, Non-Conformist. A length away is San Marco and at the tailors. Horrifying. Galloping up at the top of the track, and the leader at the 1500 is King Frankel. 300 to 1, leads the way from Townsend. Flash feeling rolls inside of Shayar, Euphoric inside of Fame. 2 lengths away, then came Mac Ram. Libreville finds a spot. 1 away from the rail, a length and a half to Arda Khan, a length and a half, 2 lengths away, Ruakaka Raider. Virtuous Circle, Non-Conformist, Horrifying. And in a strung out field, San Marco whips them in past Chiquita Lodge inside the 1200. King Frankel made play. A length and a half on Townsend, 3/4 back, Flash feeling. Shayar getting a great run. He is outside of Rolls, a length and a half away, Fame around Euphoric, but nowhere to go but travelling well. 2 lengths Libreville, the favourite. He's a bit better than centre field. His inside is Mac Ram, a length away is Arda Khan moving forward, then Ruakaka Raider. A fair way back, Virtuous Circle.
I hope this guy knows what he's doing.
Mr. A mile off the speed, and San Marco is 2 lengths away last. King Frankel in front, but not for long. Leads coming around the bend, a half-length Townsend, Flash feeling, angling out with Shayar. They're followed by Fame. Behind those runners as they turn Rolls. Libreville's brought to the outside, perfectly judged right, coming into the clear. And Ruakaka Raiders behind him running on. Flash feeling goes to the front. Leads the way now. Here's Libreville starting to launch down the centre. Deluxe. Libreville going after Flash feeling and Rolls coming through in the centre. Flash feeling the leader. Libreville with every stride picking back Flash feeling. Flash feeling's holding on. Libreville's lunging. Flash feeling in front. Libreville can't get there.
Did we get it?
Third Euphoric. And they're followed by Rolls, Fame wide out, Ruakaka Raider, Shayar. They're followed by Arda Khan, Virtuous Circle, Townsend. Horrifying, well back in the field with King.
Nah, 14.
Circle, San Marco, and unfortunately Non-Conformist. A light of yesteryear and pulling up with an issue past the post, Mac Ram.
Should prefer Flash feeling as you just from Libreville as you value
Just went from Libreville, lunging on the outside. Libreville dashed after Flash feeling. Flash feeling fine again. And he'll just have a margin of about a nose short and right on the line to win. The force from the West is really trying to finish this party.
Yeah.
And here's another one. Flash feeling. What price was he? Too good. Had a lovely run behind the third defence. $19, $20 on the toe. Good profile. Just held Libreville, who's got awfully close.
No. 14.
In the 4th position. Now I've got Flash feeling now against the Deno goal. That's always had potential. He's won 3 from 11 here. Dean Yendall and Dean Yendall had a lovely run on the fence.
That Jock was a moron of the highest order. He was sleeping the entire field.
Well, just failed by a nose. Euphoric running 3rd for Rolls. Some of those back in the field just never came into the run.
Fuck, man. Fourteen, 13, 12. I think we got that on screen. So what happened here is this jock was sleeping. He was the best, but he was under some kind of influence. I think he's delusioned. A moron who was sleeping the entire length, and then at the last moment he thought, oh, this is a race, and that 14 took it off. Why and how? Because it was also one of the BBs. One of the lowest pressure, one of the highest spell. This one also got through 12. But this guy was smart. He took it up. This guy took it up. This was 85 by 3. This was 91 by 3. This was 94 by 45. He had everything under the sun to go through. But he slept. He thought, let me get a nap. Bloody monkey of the highest order, man. $14, $13, $12, and $7. That was bad. It breaks heart, man. I don't know what to do. Right. 4, 10, 17, 19 scratched. Seven, 5, 9, 1.
Thank you.
John Shane and Chelsea Carr with a strong hand here. In fact, they've got the two horses vying for favouritism. They're the first two horses we will look at. One Dominaire.
Lightly raced, but really promising Son of Grunts, who was fantastic twice in a row at Murray Bridge over the summer when he settled back over sprint trips and ran on well. Ran behind Reserve Bank and got beaten 4 lengths by him at listed level 2 starts ago. No disgrace there. And last start, got a fair way back, wanted to lay in close well to run third, the Beauty Rising. Been fresh in a month and a half, got form on wet tracks.
What about the stablemate for Enough Seduction?
coming into this race off a similar 42-day break. Fantastic effort 2 starts ago, being beat 2 lengths by Reserve Bank at equal weights. That form looks fantastic. If he was able to run like that, he would probably win the race. Last start, in the Token Bronze, probably a little bit below par, but he's a pretty honest horse in general, and he's similar to horse number 1, Dominaire, lightly raced and got upside.
Okay, we then go to number 5, Living Rocks. It's well in the market as well.
A little bit of the speed's come out of the race, and that will suit Heavy Rocks. He'll no doubt be one of the speed influences from that inside gate. Got some moderate horses first up at Balaclava, but covered ground and was pretty strong doing so. Ran second to Endless Forever on debut. That race rates quite well. I'm sure he'll be right.
Alrighty, 6 Truly also.
Truly Elsa's been well below par this preparation. 1 first up, but the run didn't rate any good, and then she's been quite poor at each of her last 3 runs. And no real excuses off the videos for any of them. She's one of the few horses in this race who has been on a wet track, and she got through it okay.
Okay, number 7 is Daisy Do.
Daisy Do's got a big advantage here in that her last 2 runs have been on tracks that I've rated heavy, and she's gone well on both of them. I don't think she's got the ability of those favoured runners, but the fact that she's hard fit and gets through the wet brings her into the race at least to a degree. I don't think she's out of the race.
Okay, 19 into 13 with Sports Bet. The 8's in the market with Sports Bet. $5.50, now $6.
Been struggling to win a maiden, but had been racing well, and the race that the sprint for 1 Tuesday, so raced quite well. Went up to Port Augusta against substandard opposition, won by 13 lengths. Not exactly sure what that means to me.
It means it's a big margin, John. 9 Perfect Line.
Perfect line, no jump in a trial leading into this. Coming into the race first up, no exposed form on wet tracks, but quite an honest horse. I think he sats quite well here. He's a horse that's got a bit of speed. I think he was just behind the lead. The jockeys generally have him ready to go without the trial.
Aaron Bone, so that's in Little Birch Street.
He has been to trials recently at Strathalbyn, several bags went around and coming up the hill, and kept going under a little bit of riding, was knocked off the round later. It's a fair effort. Got solid enough form in Victoria. I think we probably just need to find a local zone.
Okay, what about 12 in Love from that sales now?
On-speed runner who's drawn wide, probably didn't like the map initially, but then a couple of the speed runners have come out. The map's not as bad for her now. Has failed once on a wet track, which worries me a little, but she is hard and fit.
13 Hysterical Lady.
Hysterical Lady back to 1,000 metres. You can probably expect her to last in the run, especially with that. She's going to go out and sprint some handy horses in front of her, but she's an honest enough filly who always gets to the line. When you've got
the numbers, John, and then we'll get some marks.
1, 5, 8 and 4 of my numbers, Terry. I reckon it's a pretty open race, and not much exposed for my wet tracks here for these lightly raced horses. I put Dominaire on top. I think he's possibly the best horse in the race. Heaven Rocks maps well, and he'll be no doubt right on the speed. The second of the tails runners can also run well, and yeah, Perfect Line was one, Luciano put on line a couple earlier and got out of the race. Might have the 12, 5, 8 and 4.
Martinez was with the 1 Dominaire as well. 4, 5 and 7.
Hysterical Lady. Hysterical Lady has the barrier blanket on. Just holding up here to bring enough seduction in. Now it comes up. It's the favourite, $4.40. 480 Dominaire and 550 Heaven Rocks. 650 Perfect Line. It's moving up a long late. Perfect Line, number 9. I've got a Hysterical Lady in there, bringing her up now, and Daisy Do is the final one. Daisy Do comes up, race 7, benchmark 66, 1,000 metres, light flashing. Set here, race 6, 7, I should say, at Moorfield Parks. We're ready to run. Racing. Fast away out wide was In Love, clearly won the start. Perfect Line jumped quickly, but also Moujane, and there goes Heaven Rocks. They'll all be very prominent. Daisy Do was next. Perfect Line now drifts back Middleburg Street. Truly Elsa, Dominaire out wide in the yellow jacket. Then came Enough Seduction, second last for Fancy, and Hysterical Lady scrubbed along last of all. In Love, Heaven Rocks, stride for stride. 2 further back, Daisy Do, Moujane, then Dominaire. Middleburg Street right there, then came Perfect Line, Truly Elsa. The next one, Enough Seduction, who's going to circumnavigate. And Hysterical Lady dropped, 300 left to run. Top of the straight. Evan Rocks now tapped along. In Love still right there and about to be popped the question. Muchino's running a race. Little Berg Street chiming in. And here's Daisy Dude thundering home. Enough Seduction starting to pick up hard too. Daisy Dude, Little Berg Street. Enough Seduction's flying. And through in the centre, perfect line. Daisy Dude, perfect line. Daisy Dude. Daisy Dude will just nose out perfect line. Then came behind them Enough Seduction in a cracking go. The next one then was Hysterical Lady, Domineer, Little Berg Street, Truly Elsa. Then came Mujanay, Evan Rocks. And the last one in was In Love.
The winner here, number 7, with Maggie Collins riding for a punter. Justin Timberlake just holding off perfect line, which has been really good first up. Enough Seduction, third, Little Berg Street, 4, 7, 9, 4 and 10. Really competitive finish there, John.
Right.
Right, this is the 7th one here. It's a 2000 meter again, benchmark 100, same race. What we had, this one. No, this one is a quality, sorry. 2000 meter, it's a quality race. If we look at the odds, it's 7, 5, 9 and 1. 7 is the favorite. You've got the physics on 7 and 5. Both are within the rails. Both got physics. They're also tailing each other. The odds are here. 7, 5, 9 and 1. 9 is here. 9 is one of the drifts, but the larger drift is here, which is 12. And if you see, that's the linear and that's the larger drift. They are laid together. That is usually the case. They will have a connectivity. But this one, I don't know whether it will be able to deliver because it is out. That 15. But it has the right companion, the largest outer drift. Yes, the outer drift. So these two are there, here. Now the 7 is the favorite. So one thing that I keep saying is, when a linear is exposed, it's a 3-figure number, but it is exposed like that. Anybody can challenge this. So the 14, which was a lower number than that, actually challenged this with a low pressure. If the jockey had to be a little more proactive on this. This was a game he could have actually managed to get in very easily if he was a little proactive, but he was not. He was like, no. Now here we have, that's the largest inner drift. This one is the largest inner drift. On a 2000 meter, it is a 3-year-old filly, which is the favorite. It's got the physics. But so, if there are two boxers, one is highly skilled, who's got a highly skilled boxer. That's that. And then there are highly motivated boxers, which I hear. Anything lower than this. That's why the linears are always the ones that is the best to go with, because the linears cannot be, there cannot be anything lower than the linear. So, but this linear is like that. But this one is a drift again, and I don't want to make the same mistake, because this was I should have spoken about this. I generally do, but today I did not. Here it is the same thing. This is a drift. If we look at the thing, that 7 and 6, they're tailing each other, but there's no support to each other. This is not the linear. It is one of many horses. The linear is here, which is from gate number 5. And that is 6 and 7. It's not that they're too far, but still, arithmetically, they're very far. The 9 is the other drift they're talking about. The lowest pressure that we can find is on 6, which is an EW, which is here. Minus 20. They've seen the lowest pressure getting in, not this one. Not the EWs, but the other low pressures getting in. So the other low pressures, apart from the thing, is definitely 1 and 9. which is there. 11 is 0, which is from gate number 14. These two are low pressures, which has been taken, and these two are the ones with the physics and the jazz that is there. But the question is, will they do it? 36, 737. And this thing comes up here, 63, with a group, with a league race, which it has been to. And look at the management here. They're a little bit pathetic, man. The best management is on these two horses. 15, which is the linear, and 2, which is the colt. It is a colt and filly mixed sex. So the last one, this was the best jockey. He kind of... So jockey will not be... The jockeys are morons here. The best jockey is on 15 anyway, which is the linear. The same guy, I think. No, it is a different guy. But... I have a very bad feeling about this one. I mean, the moment they start doing all that nonsense, you lose the... I mean, I lose the confidence on what to do. I mean, it was a race which was in his hand. He just gave it away. He just gave it away because of his moronness. He was lying where? 11. I don't know that if I go with this, the 7 and the 5 both have physics, both, but that's I don't know actually. The 7 and the 5 both have physics, but they're not the linears. You needed a linear on a 2000 meter here, which is not there. So this thing is exposed like anything. This thing is exposed like anything. It is anybody's race, but practically speaking, it is anybody's race. Anyone can get in from anywhere and do the destruction like the last one. We should have thought about it. We didn't. The moment that, this one is the largest inner drift on a 2000 meter. But the outer drift is bigger than the inner drift. So the first thing is that can be knocked out by the outer drift anytime. The previous one, that was a horse, so we kind of knew that it will not run. But here, I don't know. I don't want to get into this. I'll be out. I just have no faith in this one. No faith in this one. I kind of have lost the hope, man. That guy shouldn't have done what he did. I don't know if PC was about to get a blowtorch. PC, did you get the blowtorch? PC has lost all hope. PC was about to get a blowtorch to find them.
I really liked him on debut, and I was a little bit disappointed with the way that he ran. But he looks outstanding here. I do think that he's tightened up quite a bit, a lot more relaxed today.
Verona Repeat gets to 2000 metres, third up with a winner at this Nathan Valley.
Big Source could be representing value here. He's suited riding the distance third up on the quick
Three.
maximum.
What is that? Three is the second
In weight, so
linear.
it rides fast, obviously, but I think the ride and quick drop in weight and the map is one that definitely represents a bit of value.
The one thing he does very well is conserve his energy. He's acting like a much more mature and experienced horse than what he is. Got a good constitution, and he's been well prepared.
4 hot papers to be scratching for 5. My only issue has been a complete model of
Yeah, backs up after potentially being unlucky not to beat or test the odds on favourite for Deer last Saturday. Look, her form's strong enough. I guess the jury's out. Her own previous 2000 metre run, she wasn't the strongest late, but she's a more mature mare now, or I would say, much better form. So jury's out a little bit of the difference, but a form is good enough to win.
Surely looking at the pedigree, she'd run out of strong with rather than being like the learn. You would expect it to be, and even being out of the band pony there, they can sort of throw a little bit of stamina into the page. She looks excellent here, so if that's a query, they've definitely got enough to run that out.
Dixie's Protester, rightly done to tackle the Queensland Derby. She's going only 3 lengths off the Danny O'Brien runner here on the 17th of May, and that was also on the top 70. Not bad.
Yeah, outperformed the price there at Flemington. This track since this last start. We looked a bit wrong with the run there. It's beat less than 3 lengths. This race does look to have a little bit more depth, and the barrier might make it a bit tougher.
Yeah, another one, Liam's going to have to give this horse a really good speed from that wide barrier. There's a lot of decisions that are going to need to be made early. The horse looks very well. He's been a little bit busy since he's been in the yard. He's relaxed nicely.
7 chocolates went to a Wakeful just to a third career start. Bendigo went to 1300 top 4 behind taking the story of Bedford today.
Yeah, he's the one really strongly stepping up at Sandown. That form looks okay in hindsight. Taken one again today, and then we had the 2 eye catches out of the race running really well without much luck today. Her last hunt in particular was really good there at Sandown last time out. She looks ideally suited third up, rising in distance. People see you got the eye. I think she deserves to be favourite.
She's a really good type, this filly. I like her a lot. She's got a good bit of quality about her. She's a lot smaller than her brothers that we've seen very frequently, even earlier on today, but she sets very, very good order.
It states the case for Rochester out of the race one by Lightly Done. It's a similar story with the 8 adjudicator.
Yeah, he did the one really nicely at Stratton Distance last start. He's fit for recent racing. He seems to be improving with racing. He does map for a soft run. The little issues he can just start.
He looks really good. I don't know this horse very well. I only saw him in his most recent start. He's looking beautiful. I think his coach could be any better.
The Eagles hunting a race double on the 9 and Champagne Jenny for Shane Jackson. Dominant performance, dominant favourite.
But she was far too good winning a moderate rate last time out. Look, she added an string to her bow there by racing forward. It's been a good place to be today. But this race is much tougher. It's stayed in great form. There's no ceiling on her yet. I think she's, look, the market's found her. I think she's one of the leading competitors in the race.
She looks like that, the way that she's been presented to. She looks beautiful. Her coat's unbelievable, especially considering she's down at Warrnambool where it is quite cold this time of year. She couldn't look any better.
Yeah, dominant last start pace and a beating subsequent winner of the process. Looks the most likely leader in the race. Obviously rides in class, but had the pack in favour last time out as well.
It's funny horse the way that he's parading because he's taking little fairy steps in front, not really stretching out. I think that's just the way that he moves. I don't have a good baseline on him, but he's presented nice and fit here.
12 inch weather delay on the same afternoon, unfortunately. Champagne Jenny won over 2100. This horse saluted in a benchmark 68 at 18.
Yeah, one through of the last 3. Did have the pattern on side to make win. Does drop sharply in weight, which is a positive, but rises sharply in class.
Might be the only bit with the weather gods playing over the top of the stripe now, a few dark clouds rolling in. Horse presents beautifully, nice and relaxed.
We've seen Arkansas last start, stalemate.
Yeah, appeared to relish riding distance to win the maiden there last time out. Might be a bit better suited to 2,000 metres being by Soul Patch, but look, it's significantly stronger than race.
Yeah, these Soul Patch horses, they seem to get better over a bit further, and as they mature too, this horse is in really nice order, been very well prepared.
14 Queensbridge being steadily and surely placed by John Maloney to go from 12, 14 and then 1600 packing a maiden win.
They led what the maiden in slow time last start against what looked a weak field. Not exactly sure about 2,000 metres. This race is a lot stronger.
You have to sort of question it potentially on pedigree too. The field isn't really overly known for 2,000 metre horses. In saying that, John's turned his horse out looking very well.
15 Pink and Gold with one pace but victorious if you want.
Yeah, the fighter being from doing the maiden second up at Geelong, and you might consider again and appreciate rising the distance. Drops 8.5 kilos, which will help. It's obviously a much stronger race.
Nice athletic frame for this horse. He was just getting a little bit warm when he went out onto the track, but he was pretty good the whole time that he was in there.
16 Winston, 2 decent runs in the long start. It was played for the day morning.
Yeah, with solid on speed last start, drops 10.5 kilos after the claim. Will be fit at third up. Does need to go to a new level.
big odds. I know he's been challenged over this distance before and went no good, but it definitely looks like this is the kind of distance range that he's looking for.
17 in doubt. 18 Monte Casino was placed to take him to start. Look, the winner just couldn't get past Forest Gym last time out. The maid drops 5.5 kilos. Max for a top run. Might appreciate riding in this, but I would prefer.
I'm going with the coffee
Yeah, probably, but he
on
was
12.
excellent. His quote was lovely. He's a really nice front horse, even though he hasn't won a race yet. I don't think that he could be turned out any better.
19 out.
So 12 is the largest outer drift. It is a white horse color over a 2000-meter 3-year-old gelding.
To win the maid last time out. Drops.
I don't know if that 7 is going to win. That's the favorite. It has the physics. It has everything. But this thing can be challenged by anyone.
Billy definitely doesn't look like an outsider when you saw her in the mounting yard. I think she's been really well prepared. You know that she's going to run out of strong 2000. Obviously, she probably wants a little bit more. But there's an interesting story with her too, that she was awfully foaled. So I'm sure it would be a very sentimental victory.
The Mahogany Series final winner has come out of this race for the last year. It's terrifically enough. They ranked on the place, still up in last year. Lady Pickett took the victory 2 years ago. Susan Mortal finished 10th. One of the next two, including the Mahogany final, the race was verified. Then with Chocolate's one of the best for the afternoon.
Yeah, I think she's one of the better events on the program. I've loved her deeply in this preparation. She showed some promise last time in the spring, but she's come back with better, more mature ability this time. Third up 2,000 metres on night patches run at Sandown. She looks ready to win. Only she's got the form on the board. Little clue for me is the trips, but certainly the credentials. In terms of the horses who've been racing against read well for this race. Champagne King has been nuts, to be fair, but she did it in great style, ran time, and she put the riding the wall and start right. So I think she can handle the race fast without it all surprising. Stylish secret. He's good enough. I just don't know where he gets to and running from that barrier. But Chocolates, I like her here. What about you, 83 yards?
Yeah, not a race that I have a strong opinion on, to be fair. I see this pretty evenly matched, and there's a number of horses that I really like in the way that they're presented and they're drawn considerably. Saying that, that's the horse I'm going to put on top, because all I can do is tell you my honest opinion, and I thought Narco Rod presented in beautiful shape here. He's not quick of a yard. I was quite taken by him when I saw him debut here in Australia. Disappointed me a little bit with his run, but I thought he'd take a nice natural improvement.
That's a cold. Number 2 is a cold.
I only wish Chocolates and Champagne King.
We're joined by our very own Shane Jackson, who did a spectacular job last Sunday on the beach jumps program at Sandown. Just interesting stuff for now with Champagne King set the tackle. 2,000 metre 3-year-old contest. Jacko, good to see you, mate. Awesome.
Yeah, I was meant to be. And really obviously playing on the recent weather pretty gold. And trying to keep your play chair for the black coat, so I'm very excited about the marriage to keep so, but she wasn't looking like this getting the beard. So, and Tony led the ship from here, so she's here, still in good form. Her gallop's during the week was good, so look, we'll roll the dice and see if she can improve our horse.
Bit of a different setup for the horse, especially in regards to the class. And what does that do for deep approach to the race?
Oh, a lot different, but the thing's strong. We'll see how she begins. We obviously go order like the best part of the race and launch him up on speed. I don't know if it's necessarily the right way to ride her. I'd love to see her with a bit of cover today, but we'll see how she begins. She could be handier to be able to get a cover. I think it would be ideal. Get the toe into the ground, way help. Either in Hawaii already, so hopefully we'll see sitting on a big lad and doing the hula later on.
The shot got down to the right time, so we're tuning in. It just happens to be Friday there. What's a 6-minute per weekend? Looks like we're going to beat the run.
Champagne Jenny and 1% right around for Flemington. Corona Repairs moves around with a delay over their Winston. Adjudicated took some more. I only wish an ardent soul.
Shane Jackson is doing a good job with his small team or growing team. I should say, not small team anymore. It's goals, growing team, but he followed by the shot goes Champagne Jenny protest. $17 one bet on Wednesday, still at $5.
Moving in, midfield to do battle through
well back.
racing, got a gold trophy.
Day to be on speed here on the inside. It was good speed.
Corona Repairs about to move forward. Winston, ardent soul ready.
Push forward. Let's see how it goes.
Adjudicated stands up on the inside gate. With the delay coming forward. It chills off a bit. I only wish he should have won last start, about to move up. Neptunite up in grade dramatically, up on the speed. There is a more and Thinking Gold about to move in, the big horse. Stylish Secret has to lump the big weight. Prochester out of the gate. And Shocklets, who looked in good nick going down to the barrier. Probably the last to move up. So we're pretty close. I only wish Champagne Jenny
John,
and Chocolates, the top
651 to 1.
$5 for the other pair. I only wish moves in.
6 is there. Bro, there's no huge chance. John.
To move in.
6 is the EW with one of the highest advantage.
Done a great deal to date. Chocolates, be interested to see how far back.
There's a possibility. I don't know.
Stylish Secret did well over spring and went well last time out. So we nearly said 2,000 metres for the running of the 8th race of 9 on the program.
I actually wanted to step out of this one.
Fair shade. Stylish Secret moves in. Diaco Front to
Five
the last thing we
Flemington.
nearly said to jump. 3 majors in the betting. Chocolates
5
goes
is
off
the
the favourite.
physics, bro, but
$3.60.
I don't know.
Stylish Secret in. Protester stood up nicely in the gate. Now they're ready. Diaco Front in. Gates release. Diaco Front, Protester back out the start, and Art and Soul going back, Thinking Gold again. Well, Queensbury Winston going forward. I only wish on the speed. Neptunite coming across. Champagne Jenny in a spot. They were followed by Verona Rubies and Weather Delay the Grey going up. A length further back is Adjudicate, who's racing on the fence as they get fully into stride. Protester out wide around Chocolates. Monte Casino, Art and Soul. Then came Carissa Moore, who's drifted back with Stylish Secret. And Diaco Front is last of all. Top of the track, 1,400 out. The leader, Neptunite, one on Queensbury. Going up is Thinking Goal. Champagne Jenny couldn't get in, keeping it deep on the outside. It's Winston. Verona Repairs, and they're followed by Protester going around. I only wish. Weather Delay, and on the fence joining it then is Adjudicate. Ardent Soul taking off. Chocolates has found itself back 5th last from Monte Casino. Carissa Moore, Stylish Secret, and still Diaco Front. Last 20 lengths covers the field, 1,000 out. Front runner is Neptunite, trying to run them into the turf. Letter half Queensbury. Champagne Jenny, No Joy, 3 deep at 3rd. Thinking Gold on the inside, and Winston and wide around is Protester. A length and a half, I only wish, about to come to the outside. Going up on the fence, Verona Rupes. Art Soul is very wide out as they near the corner. Chocolates is trying to get a run through the field. It'll get the back of I only wish, you will ease out deep. They're followed next the ball with the delay as they turn the bend homeward bound. And going up Queensbury on the outside of Neptunite to hit the front. Protester and Champagne Jenny the centre with Protester going to the front. I only wish a length and a half away, shown the Persuader. And Chocolates is coming right down the outside. Protester front runner leads the way, a length and a half, I only wish. Chocolates on the outside, trying desperately. Protester's got a big lead at the 152 and a half in front. Chocolates Protester sitting down. Chocolates surging on the outside.
7.
Baby Chocolates from Protester in a photo. There's little in it. 5 lengths away, Diaco Front, a great run from the back from I only wish.
What a finish, yes.
Stylish Secret, Ardent Soul, Adjudicate Winston, Weather Delay, Queensbury pulling up quickly past the posters. Another one And that is Neptune Night. Photo finish. It's awfully tight.
7 and
Got
6.
one fighting stride. Oh, it's one easily. It's one ahead. On the outside.
7 and 6.
Number 7 is the winner. From Protester.
But John, that was huge.
But it was the fight motoring that big one. Well above average. Great effort. The Jockey front.
15. Can you beat that? That's the highest advantage on that horse.
Chocolate straight.
Come off the back of
Harry Coffey riding for Sheeran Mar by the great Shock.
done a couple of
Melbourne Cup winner, third up, 50% strike rate, 3 out of 6, and has got there in the last couple of strikes.
7, 6,
Second go to number 6,
2,
Manchester,
and
all the time.
5.
Third for 2, the Archie front, and fourth to number 5, which she has a chocolate. Had a good.
So what happened is here that 7 had the physics. 7 had the physics, so did 5. 6 did not have the physics, it did not need the physics. Well, that was the highest advantage on that horse. An EW. And 2 was that colt. Here, the neutral. It's more or less the rails. The rails do give us the indication, but it is still that we need to super fine tune this so that there's no error of judgment. It's still, there's a lot of error. I mean, the moment you actually go on that subject of judgment, that's when things go wrong. It has to be mathematically right. If the rails pretty much gives us the indication, but still there's a room that needs to be worked on. Anyway, we'll go to the next 9. Now this is the problem. They will scratch all that and then they will change the gate numbers 2, 6, 9, 15, 18, 20. Scratched. 12, 4, 8, 3.
Reason? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, Rachel.
Horses are at the gates here. This is race number 8 at Morpheville. That's a metre scan here, 62. Hooked on Wolf's the favourite. It's first up to spell hooked on Wolf, but stopping both of them. We're tracked.
They are at the gates here for race 8 in the Parks track. We'll get the
first up here today. That's one of the track out and draw nicely as well.
John, so race number 8.
My numbers are 13, 12, 3 and 11. The emergency runner hooked on Golf gets a run. He looks pretty well set up for this. Jake Tow Road should camp probably midfield. We'll need some luck from that inside gate, but he's a recent winner at the Strathalbyn Barrier Trial. Showed good speed on that occasion, being a bit of a red, so he was a middle distance horse, but he did so very easily. He's well up to this grade if it's right, and it's just an easy race rather than being a brilliant standing race here. Horse number 12, Gold, I really think this mare will run well today. She's a runaway winner back a couple of years ago at Wyong on a heavy track. She's got handy run affected form. I'm sure she's finding some of these other tracks settled too, and she's a good race. Again, you might see this time last year into Russian Bobshot, not sure what to make of him on the web. I put him in 4 there. I'd say the jury's out the run around of track. Title was tipped out, and that's swiftly, but he's good enough to run well. And Aztec Dancer, a horse that haven't seen her in the races for a fair while, but she had a recent barrier trial and was quite okay there. She's well up to it and she's ready to go.
So John, so 13, 12, 3 and 11. We look at the market for the sports bet. The favourite is 13. Hooked on Wealth at $3.82. Magic Field, John.
He was just fair wide. He only beat one on a home behind Fleminton. He does handle wet tracks. He's got that in his favour. And about 2,000 metres around the parks, he's a warrior. Probably matched somebody's almost bolting over sitting outside in the He's probably got a little bit more sick from the top of the strike that bolting over. It can be a little bit more paced. I just thought he might need to improve a little bit much on what he did first up.
Tell me a couple of the way here for race number 8. Also well favourite $3.80. Magic Field number 2 at $4.40. 12 Gilmore and $7 on the first line of betting. Still waiting for Sue Warrior to come up in the line, but he might go outside.
Sue Warrior out of line and Sun Dog, they're the final two. Booked on well, $3.90, Magic Field $4.40, $6.50 Gilmore and Aztec Dancer $7.50. They're the top 4 according to the market. Just waiting on Sue Warrior to come up and Sun Dog. Interesting to see if Nostraya spears forward from a wide gate. Certainly showed good time at Balaclava. Up comes Sue Warrior. Sue Warrior about to be locked, loaded, and the line will be complete. This is race 8. Favourite Hooked on Wealth. Light flashing set. Race 8 for Bill Parks, where racing. And away quickly out wide was Baker. It had good toes, so did Nostria. It's going to hunt forward with Bolton over in third. Magic Field was next. Gilmore, then Shuttle Run, Hooked on Wealth. Just improves in front of it. Russian Bomb Shark was next. Then came Sue Warrior, important product. Shuttle Run got shuffled back in the run. Aztec Dancer and Sundog was one of the last ones. Up towards the 600. In front here, Bolton over. Narrowly to Magic Field, Nostria. Then Gilmore, Baker out wide. Hooked on Wealth stays down low. Russian Bomb Shark was next. Then Sue Warrior, Sundog. Important product, Aztec Dancer and Shuttle Run. Top of the straight, 300 left to run. The race is on now. Magic Field slides through down low from Bolton over. Nostria still there and picking hard. For Baker there, then Gilmore, who badly needs a run. Hooked on Wealth also down low. It's Nostria in front. Hooked on Wealth and Gilmore out after it. With Baker searching home. And Russian Bomb Shark late on the scene. Nostria in front. Nostria just gets in from Baker. Reckon Sundog might have grabbed third in front of important product.
Right, this is the last one here. This is the 9th race of Flemington. This is again going to be on that straight track. It is again going to be on the straight track. So rails don't mean anything. However, that 12 is in the top. It's got both sides. And the last time we checked, I just checked with the race number 4, which was here. You see, it did not require the rails. All right, that 3 went through with the pressure, and then probably 4 came in. If we look at the results on 4, 3, 4, 5, 7. So 3 came with the pressure. It did not require the rails, and then that happened. But bottom line is that for that straight line, this is null and void. All right, this doesn't work. I mean, it's not meant for the straight run. That's what I mean. It's meant for the bends, and we don't have bends in this one. So it's going to be a straight run, and that 12 is in the top through the rails, because it is still, I think, considering that 30-meter width of the track. So that's why. And it is coming from gate number 1. This is a neutral. And that's one of the best horses. There is no doubt. The spell is 74. Pressure is not much. It's like 24. It's one of the BBs. 1200 meter. That's that part of the story. The linear is here, which is 3. And now if you look where the support comes from to the linear. So linear is from gate number 12. That's the largest outer drift. Sorry, the inner drift. That's the largest. The largest outer is this one, which is smaller than this one. This is 4300. So this is gate number 13. This is gate number 12. So there is a support on this. This is okay, but this is a 3-figure, which is 500. So it is exposed. It is exposed badly. Anybody can chase. Anybody can do whatever they want to do with this. If it's the largest thing was with the thing that went through this 14, which is an EW. Which is an EW. Here, the 3 actually won. How? Because of the pressure difference. The highest increment on the pressure on a straight. So that went through. Then the 9 and 8 was there. but you know, that was the third linear within the rails. It doesn't matter, but it was there. But that just went through. So that was a 64 by 35. One of the lowest with highest increment, I think. One of the lowest with highest increment. So here, that is one of the lowest with highest increment. So that 14 is a check. That's the lowest. All right. Then comes 5. Then comes 19. But those are there. And they all are in good hands. These guys all are in good hands. The lowest pressure one. The lowest pressure ones. They're all in good hands. Except the fact this is an 8-year-old gilding. This is an 8-year-old gilding. But we have been slapped many times by these 8-year-old gildings. So I better not talk about them. So that 14 is a check. And then we have these here, the 12. This is one of the BBs. So a BB generally means body balance. So body balance basically is the, the weight. If you have a car, then you have an engine. So there is an arithmetic between the engine and the the entire car. So that's like the power of the engine and the entire body weight of that car. So there is an arithmetic to find out which car is better through that kind of analysis. So this is that for the horses. So there is an engine and then there is a body weight. So we calculate that through EBM. That's estimated body weight. Now BBs are definitely the for any particular race, the BBs are generally good, especially for anything to do with 1400 1600 meter, the moment the length increases. Now here it is a 1200 meter, and these are the 3 BBs that we have. And this one is a BB which has been set as a neutral, which is there. And that is the favorite. Though the rails are not meant for the straight, but it is still giving us the thing on this because of the width of the track, the length of the track, and all that thing is there. But this generally is meant for the bends. So on a straight run, having them within the rails do not guarantee that this will win. This was with the bend. So there's a lot of support, a lot of physics playing with this. I was out because this was a larger linear. And I went with that white horse, which was bad idea. Anyway, but that's more or less the scene is. Here it is a neutral and it is a straight run. So we are up against a very strong situation here. The other one which is within the rails is 19, which is an 8-year-old. These are the 2 horses which are actually within the rails, which has got the physics. But then again, this is null and void. It doesn't mean that it will happen here on a straight run. So we'll take a look at what they have to speak about the 14. And if they speak something nice about the 14, then we'll take a call. But 12 is the favorite. It's a neutral. Technically, it is in good hand, but that technicality is nullified.
first look at Australian info for one big to the straight is the fourth in Marble Knight, and it's playing edging off the three from that wide draw. Fourth in Wongu, fifth in the straight six.
Yeah, he led on the right side of the straight last time out, which was past late to wire on the track. I thought he went well there. He does rise in weight with the drop start here, but he does look strong on the right side of the stage, the right run. Well, a better chance of the race for the moment. Yes.
He looks beautiful here today. He's just a good looking horse. He's been at the top of his game all preparation, and today's no different.
Marble Knight had second to right to party with a 3-year-old sprint 12 months ago on 5 years ago. The prodigal son, he was nice. Straight.
If it was 5 months last started at $101, you wouldn't be the third up, you don't drop the bar, but I think he needs to improve.
It's definitely been presented well enough, but I'd agree with you, Ben, that he does need to improve on what he has been doing. This is a pretty tight and even race.
It's current passing was amongst and scratched the 7 home rule well back, but wasn't a factor in the Wongu.
He was heavily back there, and look, he obviously attacked his opponents to the mark expectation and my expectation. I thought he'd run really well. He's run second at this track 11 months ago on a wet track. Now, you can find him the best ball he's capable.
It definitely is, and I liked him at Warrnambool that day, so I was quite disappointed in the way that he performed. I don't mind the big gap between runs, seeing as though he performed below expectation, but he's here fitting well again today. You have to just take on trust that he can bounce down.
Namesake backs up from the win at Caulfield in the last Saturday, 2 of his last 3, including the win on Mornington Monday. Wasn't a factor in the race, but regarding Marble Knight in the program.
So he backs up after making the most of a really good running trend as well as the lightweight to win last Saturday. I guess the difference today, the softer track and the straight track, but look, just he's going well.
He does. He's just a little bit of this horse. He just keeps on looking good. Week in, week out. Today's no different. He's been racing so consistently. The team have got a great handle on him.
On Thoroughbred scratch 10 Tijuana, a stable change, bought for $60,000 in the English on one.
He's nominated in the stable. Was based on his trial, jumping, etc., and his first up record overall. I think he'll be better for his run over a little further.
That's the way that he's been presented too. I feel like he'll just continue to tighten up a little bit more. He hasn't won in a long time, but we do know that his best is good enough.
Thoroughbred scratch, Sandra represented by the 11.
Yeah, he struggled in the 2 starts this preparation. The rain and the soft ground are a positive. He loved the rain to come even earlier. He probably needs this run a bit further. He definitely needs to improve his form.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Julius has turned him out looking very well here, but it's hard to recommend on what he has been doing.
Well, Pivot City returns to the scene of his first up victory on Australia.
But there was a huge run of him going on a wet track, and then he should have won at Bendigo with better luck in running. What's the point last time out? That's the query. Is he coming to the end of his preparation? But if one run, he's clearly deserving of payment. Has one come out the inside of the straight? His preparation, first run of the Elder.
Yeah, unbeaten this track and distance. He looks really, really good again. He's beautiful and free. He's really flipping his front feet out there, just showing everyone how elastic he's feeling. Fitness is spot on.
13 Miguelino, 41 to 26 on the VOP, comes off a couple of 14 under this month.
Yeah, softly track is the big positive for him. He can roll forward, make his own luck on speed, then his form is preparation.
Yeah, I see him in the right same way I see a couple of these other ones. He looks very well. The team have turned their horse out in good order. I'm just not sure how good he's going.
Looking at run for the 14 Iron Ward, they can warm.
Yeah, he led the weekend late with a big weight first up. He rides in class, but he drops significantly in weight, gets a 70 Jockey on, shoots through the bitter, and puts one of the potential leaders in the race. Obviously, he needs to improve that.
Yeah, agree that he does need to improve on what he has been doing. Hasn't won in 920 odd days now, but he looks fit. He's nice and fresh and happy with himself.
Being a scratch 16 Australia, Victoria.
Yeah, shoots through better, drops his weight. I think that debate's going on as a positive, but he will need to improve on the first run. Rise is great.
It's okay. Good even parade from him. Nothing to dislike, but there's probably others that I prefer.
17 inch Reduced Knight returns to where it's typical race best.
Yeah, for sure. I can be very forgiving of the first up run for Reduced Knight. Still, I just don't think he handled that need to go track that day. He fit that run, definitely better suited getting the Flemington riding slightly distance.
Not sure.
Don't his soft track record, he was a better horse, seemingly on top of the ground.
My thoughts exactly. Cindy's turning out looking fantastic. I've always had a bit of a soft spot for this horse. He's got a really big engine. Just don't know if he's going to like these soft track conditions today.
He's seen out chances of the 19 Sessions Road crease, and then we drop the phone.
I think they do. Yeah, he's a horse that loves the straight track. He's a three-time first-up winner. He's had 2 jump outs to repair through the turn. He looks strong for the right run. He'll likely be a long way back and swoop down the outside lane. The thing is, those 3 first-up wins were a lot early in his career. He's 3 from 8 overall, but they were among the first in preparation. So I guess my question is, how soon is he first up? Easy horse being an older guy might take a run or two.
Generally speaking, yes, they do. I don't like these horses first up over 1,200 up the straight. I just think it's a really big ask, and they do need to be quite forward. I can see really good tone there over his rib cage. My concern is he hasn't won in 800 odd days. With these things against him, is it going to work out for his today?
Back to the one in El Soliato, he's got half that drought, not victorious since last year. Golden Mile with Bendigo.
Yeah, so El Soliato was his first up today. He had a 3 jump outs. He's preparing for a throat operation. He brings a touch of class to the race. We know how good he is on his day, and he went really nicely and played the jump out. The question is just whether he needs to run this bit further.
It's a really, really nice return to the races for him. He settles up with beautiful areas, particularly free in the way that he was moving in the yard. I think he's going to be in for a nice preparation, but I'd probably prefer to see him over a little bit further deeper into the group.
Marseille won this last year with Veloce Caro, coming off an Anzac Day victory. Broadway settled finally with an Arms mission filling into the minors. Then your numbers for our final event of VRC Country Press Day.
Yeah, so Nigel, this is an interesting race in the sense that it's not often you end up with your 4th selection on top, but the first horse that really interested me in the race was Scratch, and then my next 2 were also Scratch. I'm left with Pivot City by process of elimination on top. And if you give one run, you can definitely make a case. I must admit, though, I don't necessarily want to take $3.40 out of it. I've got a big concern about the barrier, whether he's still going into test his preparation of the last run and the conditions. So there's a bit against him. Marble 9 will handle the ground, looks drawn for the right sort of a run, so probably can promote him. Takes spin the race really well. The Duke's not on worried about the ground. This race had a really low degree of confidence in. So let's go to Amy.
PC8.
Yeah, there's a couple of horses I like here to close out the day. I've settled with Marble 9 on top. I thought he looked absolutely beautiful. He's had a good preparation. He's maintained his condition really well. He's been... namesake in Pivot City, they almost look like a pair of ponies as well. They're very similar to look at. And Rydberg, as I've touched on, I don't like horses 1,200 first up the straight. I do think that that's a really big ask, but geez, he looked well here.
I've got nothing, so I'll go with yours, PC. And that 12 is the favorite. It is there. It looks like it is there, but it's a straight run with a neutral horse.
Ones are 1 minute at the start for the last.
If they go at this speed, they'll probably reach the gates tomorrow.
Joined by Will Larkin.
Duke's
Marble 9 flying the flag for the stable and finally the upset there on time sessions for the top four flights. Hannah maybe join the outside is going to be the favourable thing. It's typically been in time's gone past the up the stroke.
Yeah, not up to the yeah,
There was something down there and a Duke's night over there at the start.
towards the outside. Yeah, it's a false preparation. He's not on the door. It's not going to go
Oh, Ryan, I didn't see like Ryan's stats and profile you requested. Maybe I can tell the real story of Ryan, how you born as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like Ryan, right, getting down there before the second right party performed down the straight. He's had probably a few runs there where he just got a few things wrong, but when he gets the right draw, yeah, the right draw, the right decision,
Ryan,
and it's planned from that draw going to be. It's quite natural.
in the gate, still a run into the gate. Well, something that
Yeah,
prodigal son.
set up to it. Just had to go with him, forward in the run. The one that trades down, big run better from someone.
Before we let you go, it's be a great return from Super Series before.
Yeah, a long time off through the best foot forward in a lot of it,
Fantastic. Good luck here with Marble Nine. Pretty close to start time. The Barbados Lockdown race day sprints. Great finishes right throughout the day. You can feel the doom battle out in the skies from the last race on the draw the right. Just draw Marble Nine's going Marble Nine's drawn out. Bigolino, the they'll go forward. Interesting to see.
Johnny W8.
It's not moving around, so two over there, right, the 600 rule, 2 to 4, and maybe not home for
That thing comes from Caulfield, so it's supposed to be a good one.
with the big day. Last, they're down to be I am board come up right back toward the last moving in inside and one so behind the machine up this way rule not going to be a pass out of the gates. So today Jockey on board, pretty close to seeing the ball win on the last of the program. City Marble 9, 370 each in shoot today. Right across the right, namesake, third 11. There's a lot of big price.
Absolutely, I think the gate there was Kevin Duffy.
So overall moves in, Plymouth City was ready, Reinberg moving forward. Profit Sun to move up. Got the gate on the main tier 1. Galeno, Soligado, the 12 years old. One the car. We have a Marbles Galeno and namesake. Namesake outside, in front of Galeno to the sideways.
Let's go to Terry Bailey. He's done a great job calling the action today. One ball up to race 9.
The big question is, what happens to Pivot City from gate number 1? That'll be the big query. Marble 9, well, he should be free sailing.
All follow PC.
Track's played great today.
PC is the savior.
Ulysses in the machine. El Soleado comes up into very dark skies. We're almost set to run, waiting on Marble 9, I think it is. And Sessions Road has been very well backed at a long price. Very wintry conditions to cap the card. But great racing right throughout the day. Some wonderful finishes. Chocolate's a real stride, getting up in the last stride in the previous. Sessions Road moves in. We're pretty close now. Last of the day. Pivot City drawn in, Marble 9 drawn out. Racing. Pivot City fairly away with home rule and I am more down near the inside. Marble 9 again brilliantly wide out on the track and he's going to charge up and he's going to look for the early lead. True to form, namesake and I am more going up to join the leaders. And on the far side, home rule. Pivot City drops in with El Soleado. They were being followed next of all by going back to the inside as Tijuana. And the prodigal son in that bunch as well as they settle fully into stride. Namesake poked up in front of those with the baldy face. Very wide out, Reinberg, Bigolino, Reduced Knight. Near the tone of the field then as Ulysses and Sessions Road the last one. I am more green jacket in front of home rule, namesake the far side baldy face. Then came Marble 9. In between runners El Soleado running a cheeky race. Then came the favourite who's looking for a run just behind the Pivot City. He's put under pressure as namesake went up on the fence at the 300 and burst to the front.
Marble 9 after him. No Pivot City at the moment. Here's Sessions Road getting out of the ground. Sessions Road, Marble 9 and El Soliado. Marble 9 in front. El Soliado's lunging, won't get there. Marble 9 on the last from El Soliado. Sessions Road, Pivot City, and a photo with Bigolino. Home Rule behind those. Reinberg wide out on the track. They were followed by True to Form, Reduce Night behind those. I Am Born, Namesake. They were followed by Tijuana, Ulysses, and the Prophet Son.
Marble 9 now beats Flemington
And originally.
And it was
another
another
game
had to go alongside.
It's from my middle of the race. He's only just
An
far.
everlasting green on Anna
We'll stand by
Can't
for
make
the
it
third number
after Flemington after the run.
4-1.
You could see, never really looked at chances, just battled. It was Marble 9, it was well written out in the centre of the track.
Contest.
Namesake got up at the fence to lead. Then quickly Marble 9 loomed up and Solidated with Sessions Road and Throw will run third. Bigolino fourth. Pivot City to the run of the last on the car.
What they're doing in the course.
Number 4,
Now, Larkin,
winner of the race, Marble 9, finding
good, hardy, tough.
17 start, 5th win, average lead. Big effort for him. Well done in town, winning the race. Troy Corstens,
Run out of
Leon Corstens,
a big prize.
the Larkin combination, making it through.
1.5 kilos.
Going home successfully with Marble 9. First win here at headquarters.
Couple of decent.
Solidated for Roger Lang and Sheridan Clark. Fantastic first up.
19.
Sessions Road bursting through, but he just peaked on his run late. John McNeil for
Marble
Team
9
Hawks.
gets the job done.
And number 13,
Couple of really
Nicolino
popular
4.
results in the last two
Pivot
races.
City.
Hunters been
It's
shot
well
with
written
the
by
Nightmare.
4-1, 19 and 13. So this time what played is this. This time they dropped the pressure to anything because this was a benchmark 84. They dropped it. Then it was 4-1, 19, 4-1. 5 was nothing actually. This one was the second linear. So 4-1. Then came 19 from here because it was here. And 13. Where is that 13? 13 is that drift. So yeah, that's a bad idea. The new, I mean, I kind of so neutrals generally don't win. It requires a little bit of a lot for them to win. I still don't know what all they require, but they win under very specific conditions. Once I have them shortlisted, I will share which are those specific conditions, but I still have nothing on the linears. They come in, they lose, at times they win, but that winning time is very rare. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, probably PC. They kind of this PC. We got to get this thing straight. The straight of the Flemington is like crazy. I have no clue what happens on the straight. It acts very differently every time, and they purposely put so many races on that straight track. It acts very differently every time. I don't know how many times you and I have raced, but that's more or less like it. That straight will behave differently each and every time. But that is it. Good night, John. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 9 races today here at Flemington. That was the last one. We race 5 days a week, so I'm going to be back racing on Tuesday again. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much. Good night, but thank you so much for being there. PC, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. I can't thank you enough, PC, but thank you for being here. Lee, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there. Chris, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jericho. Daos, thank you so much. Frank, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Devon, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday again. Till then, stay blessed. Have a great day. Bye-bye.